Chapter 734. Xue Zhijing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think LV Hushan is right. Why don't we do it this way?" Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him. Instead, he scanned the crowd and continued to speak without waiting for Zhong Chunren's reply. "Since everyone has agreed, I'm going to make a move now. You guys should get ready too." Xue Zhijing turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, you have to be careful later, okay?" When Yuan Weiqing heard Xue Zhijing's question, he trembled and nodded. Zhong Chunren suddenly said, "Hall Master Xue, if that's the case, I think this plan can be improved." Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply and continued to speak. "Hall Master Xue, think about it. LV Hushan's technique isn't as good as mine. If we let LV Hushan block the front while the two of us stay behind to attack Yi Tianhua, I think we'll have a better chance." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can I do that? My martial arts are not as good as yours. If I stand in front of you, I might ruin your plan. I think it's best for me to stay at the back." Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren smiled faintly. "LV Hushan, you don't understand. I have a special technique that can exert a greater effect. If I stay at the back, I will definitely be more useful than you. In order to have a better chance of capturing Yi Tianhua, I think it's best for me to stay at the back." "LV Hushan, don't you think so?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I also have a special technique that is quite powerful. If you let me stay at the back, I can assure you that I can definitely injure Yi Tianhua within 2 rounds with Hall Master Xue. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you can rest assured that there won't be any problems." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and said indifferently, "LV Hushan, do you think your technique is better than mine?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's displeased question, LV Hushan jumped in fright. If it were any other time, he would definitely shrink back and not dare to continue speaking with Zhong Chunren. But it was different now. If he didn't speak, he would directly face Yi Tianhua's attack. Although Xue Zhijing's analysis was on point, no one could guarantee that Xue Zhijing's analysis wouldn't be wrong. If there was a mistake, it would be over. Therefore, LV Hushan could only force a smile and say, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to believe me. My technique is definitely better than yours. I have practiced this technique for 10 years. I believe that Yi Tianhua can't escape from my technique." Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren's frown deepened. He knew very well how dangerous it was for LV Hushan to stand in front of him. The most important thing was that Zhong Chunren and Yi Tianhua had a grudge or dispute. Although Xue Zhijing said that he would be fine, Zhong Chunren was a cautious person. How could he take this risk? Therefore, he couldn't stand in front of Yi Tianhua. Zhong Chunren knew very well that if Yi Tianhua killed him, then the grudge between them would naturally be resolved. Maybe Xue Zhijing and Yi Tianhua would reconcile. Then, wouldn't he be lost in vain? Just now, Zhong Chunren spoke so fiercely because everyone had agreed that Xue Zhijing would stand in front of him. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhong Chunren was fearless. Anyway, the first unlucky one wouldn't be him. What was there to be afraid of? But now it was different. Zhong Chunren was sure that Xue Zhijing was absolutely right. Yi Tianhua's first target would definitely be him. Zhong Chunren didn't know how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts were before, but when he saw Yi Tianhua display his martial arts just now, he understood how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts were. It was precisely because he understood that Zhong Chunren didn't dare to stand in front of him. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, although your technique is okay, I'm afraid it's still lacking compared to mine." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him and continued. "LV Hushan, you have to know that Yi Tianhua's martial arts are quite high. We have to go all out. If there's even the slightest mistake, all 4 of us will be finished. In order to be more confident, I think it's better for you to stand in front. Hall Master Xue and I will stay behind. This way, The chances will be greater. After saying this, Zhong Chunren saw that LV Hushan still wanted to argue, so he hurriedly waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't say any more. This matter is settled. Seeing that Zhong Chunren actually forced this matter to be settled, although LV Hushan was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. He could only turn to look at Xue Zhijing and murmur, Hall Master Xue, my technique is really amazing. Please believe me. If you let me stay behind, I will definitely be able to play a greater role. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhijing nodded. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think what LV Hushan said makes sense. He said that he has a special technique. Maybe it really is useful. Otherwise, let him stay behind. You and Yuan Weiqing will stand in front. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. He then shook his head. Hall Master Xue, how can this be? LV Hushan's martial arts are not as good as mine. Even if he knows some technique, in terms of power, it definitely can't be compared to my technique. Hall Master Xue, you have seen how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are. We have to gather all our strength to defeat him. So I think it's better to let LV Hushan stay in front and the two of us stay behind. This is the best combination, don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing nodded. He turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you have heard Vice Hall Master Zhong's words. Do you think what he said makes sense? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He then shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I don't think it's appropriate. Although Vice Hall Master Zhong's martial arts are better than mine, his technique is not necessarily better than mine. So I think it's best for me to stay behind. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and said with a displeased face, LV Hushan, do you think that my martial arts are not as good as yours? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how is that possible? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused. He rolled his eyes and continued, Vice Hall Master Zhong, it is precisely because your martial arts are high that you should stay in front. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are high. With my level of martial arts, I'm afraid that I will be defeated by him in one move. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you are different. With your martial arts, even if Yi Tianhua attacks with all his strength, you will probably be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves. You will not be defeated by Yi Tianhua in one move. As long as you can withstand 2 or 3 moves, Hall Master Xue and I will naturally be able to seize the opportunity to attack from behind. Who knows, we might even be able to injure Yi Tianhua in the first round of attacks. Wouldn't that be great? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. If Yuan Weiqing and I are in front, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to withstand one move and will be defeated by Yi Tianhua. At that time, you and Hall Master Xue, who are hiding in the back, will have no chance to attack. Vice Hall Master Zhong, for the sake of the big picture, I think that you should be in front and block Yi Tianhua. This is the best choice. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren could not help but be taken aback. After regaining his senses, he sneered and said, LV Hushan, I really didn't expect you to be so good at talking. You analyzed this matter so clearly. It's really unexpected. Hearing Zhong Chunren's praise, LV Hushan did not look happy at all. Instead, he became a little nervous. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is just a small opinion of mine. Compared to yours, it is far inferior. Please don't laugh at me. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, this is not a small opinion of yours. I think it's pretty good. Let the two of us stand in front and you hide in the back. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for LV Hushan to reply, he snorted and shouted sternly. LV Hushan, since you say that it's so powerful, then let me ask you. What is the name of your technique? Who taught you? How did you practice it? Tell me everything clearly. Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, my technique is called the 1,000 Transformations Hands. My master taught me. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing. I've practiced this technique for 10 years, but I don't usually use it, so you haven't seen it before, Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded. 1,000 Transformations Hands, right? LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. Yes, it is indeed called the 1,000 Transformations Hands. Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, I remember that your master practiced palm techniques. When did it become a technique? After hearing Zhong Chunren's question, before LV Hushan could answer, Yuan Weiqing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked loudly. LV Hushan, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Your master obviously practiced palm techniques. He also taught you palm techniques. Why have I never heard of you practicing any finger techniques? After hearing the two's question, LV Hushan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing, the reason why you don't know this technique is because I have never used it in front of you. That's why you don't know. After hearing LV Hushan's explanation, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. No, it has been so many years. If you knew this technique, how could we not have heard of it? LV Hushan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead again and said with a forced smile, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I would lie to you? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, I do suspect that you are lying to me because I have never heard of you practicing this technique. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he suddenly exclaimed and turned to look at LV Hushan. He asked in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, are you lying to us because you don't dare to stand in front of us? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, LV Hushan was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, how can you say that? Why would I lie to you? I really know how to use this technique. That's why I left it behind. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, since you know this technique, why have we never heard of it? LV Hushan shook his head. Haven't I already said that I have never used it, and I have never mentioned it? Naturally, you wouldn't know. Just as LV Hushan's voice fell, Zhong Chunren suddenly opened his mouth and said, LV Hushan, I have never heard of your technique. Not only that, I also know your master, but I have never heard of your master's technique. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued to speak. LV Hushan, could it be that you created this technique yourself? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan was suddenly stunned. For a moment, he couldn't speak. Looking at LV Hushan's face that had become a little pale, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. LV Hushan, let me ask you. Your master doesn't know this technique, but you know it. Why is that? Can you tell us? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, is what Vice Hall Master Zhong said true? Does your master really not know this technique? Zhong Chunren didn't wait for LV Hushan to speak and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I think LV Hushan doesn't know any technique. What he said is false. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued, as for his purpose of lying, of course, it is because he is afraid. LV Hushan, am I right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, more cold sweat appeared on LV Hushan's forehead. After thinking for a while, he shook his head vigorously and replied in a trembling voice, No, I didn't lie to you. What I said is true. My technique is really brilliant. As long as I stay behind, I can definitely defeat Yi Tianhua. Seeing LV Hushan's panicked look, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, look at you now. Who can you defeat? I think you can't defeat anyone except yourself. How do you expect us to trust you? Chapter 735. LV Hushan trembled when he heard Zhong Chunren's question. He hurriedly explained, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I'm not afraid. I was seriously injured by Yi Tianhua just now and it's still a little inconvenient for me to move. If I stand in front, I'm afraid I'll delay everyone. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. LV Hushan, even if you're seriously injured, the three of us will stand in front of you. What's there to be afraid of? Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, LV Hushan, Vice Hall Leader Zhong is right. Although you're seriously injured, it won't affect your movement. I think it's better for you to stay in front. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, your injury is fine, but mine is serious. I only have one arm left. Even if I stay in front, it won't be of much use. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, so, I've decided to stay in the back and attack Yi Tianhua with Hall Leader Xue with the Thunderbolt Ball. LV Hushan was shocked when he heard this. He stared blankly at Yuan Weiqing and couldn't speak for a long time. Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you want to stay in the back? Yuan Weiqing nodded confidently and raised his broken arm. Hall Leader Xue, as you can see, I only have one arm left. I only have 20 to 30% of my martial arts left. Even if I stay in the front, I won't be of much use. On the contrary, if I stay in the back, I'll be more useful. Hall Leader Xue, don't you think so? Xue Zhizheng smiled and nodded after hearing Yuan Weiqing's words. Yuan Weiqing, what you said makes sense. Your arm is injured and you're not fit to fight. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but before Yuan Weiqing could answer his question, he turned to Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Don't worry, Zhong Chunren. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you heard what Yuan Weiqing said. Yuan Weiqing's arm is injured and is not fit to fight. Why don't we let him stay in the back? What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren looked at Yuan Weiqing with some annoyance. Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? Are you afraid too? After hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how could I be afraid? If my arm was intact, I definitely wouldn't be afraid of Yi Tianhua. But now that I've lost an arm, even if I wanted to fight with Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid I wouldn't be of much use. Since that's the case, I might as well stay at the back and play a greater role. Vice Hall Master Zhong, am I right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if we all hide at the back, then let me ask you, how are we going to deal with Yi Tianhua? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you can't say that. You and LV Hushan are already in the front. What do I have to worry about? Deputy Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. As long as the two of you are in the front, Hall Master Xue and I will definitely succeed as soon as possible. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, if it's just the two of us in the front, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua's attack. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I think it's better to let Yuan Weiqing in the front. This way, we will have a greater chance. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He asked in a low voice, Yuan Weiqing, I want you to be in the front. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I also want to be in the front, but I can't. I only have one arm left. How can I block Yi Tianhua's attack? Even if I'm in the front, if I can't block one or two of Yi Tianhua's attacks, what's the use? It's better to stay in the back. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing is right. He only has one arm left. Even if he stays in the front, it doesn't seem to be of much use. I think it's better to let him stay in the back. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, if we all stay in the back, how can we block Yi Tianhua's attack? If we all stay in the back, won't our plan be messed up? Maybe we will be defeated one by Yi Tianhua. At that time, not only will we not be able to catch Yi Tianhua, but we will also be defeated by him. What should we do then? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you heard Deputy Hall Master Zhong's words. Why don't you listen to him and stay in the front? I think that Yi Tianhua will show mercy when he sees that you are injured. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I can't. I only have one arm left. I only have 20 to 30% of my martial arts left. If I stay in the front, won't I be killed by Yi Tianhua very quickly? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren still smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, didn't you hear what Hall Master Xue said just now? Even if Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, he definitely won't have the heart to kill you after seeing your broken arm. Therefore, I think that you should be the safest person among us. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I understand what you're saying. However, what if Yi Tianhua is that kind of heartless person? Won't I be in trouble? Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua is heartless, I'm afraid that you would have been killed by him just now. Why would you wait until now? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. That was just then. This is now. Just now was our first battle, so he showed mercy. However, this is the second time. I'm afraid that he won't show mercy. If he really attacks me with all his strength, I'll be in trouble. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's reply, Zhong Chunren frowned and said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, don't forget that we are doing this for you. If not for the sake of helping you stand up, why would we attack Yi Tianhua? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I know that you have good intentions. However, if I'm killed by Yi Tianhua, all our efforts will be in vain. Therefore, for safety's sake, it's better for me to stay at the back. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and nodded. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing is right. If he's killed, all our efforts will be in vain. I also think that he should stay at the back. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. Even if the four of us go all out, we might not be able to stop him. However, if everyone hides at the back, there's no need to fight this battle. Won't we lose? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, how can that be? With you and LV Hushan at the front, I don't believe that you two won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. As long as you and LV Hushan block Yi Tianhua's attack, Hall Master Xue and I will definitely be able to defeat Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren was so angry that he was speechless. Seeing this, Xue Zhizheng hurriedly said with a smile, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, since you've already agreed, this matter is settled. Yuan Weiqing and I will hide at the back and attack Yi Tianhua with thunderbolt pills. You and LV Hushan will stand at the front and prevent Yi Tianhua from attacking us. Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked with a smile, Zhong Chunren, what do you think of this matter that I mentioned? If possible, we can start now. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. However, before he could say anything, LV Hushan said loudly, Hall Master Xue, I was also seriously injured just now. I can't use much of my martial arts. Even if I stand at the front, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua. It will be terrible if that happens. LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, I think it's better for me to stay at the back and attack Yi Tianhua with you guys. Only then will I be able to do my best. What do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren was so angry that he almost jumped up. He suddenly turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, if you also hide at the back, I will be the only one left in front. Do you think that I can block Yi Tianhua's attack by myself? Hearing Zhong Chunren's angry roar, LV Hushan was shocked. However, at such a critical moment, he couldn't change his words and could only force a smile. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Xue just said that Yi Tianhua's first target will be you. Moreover, Hall Master Xue also said that Yi Tianhua will definitely not hit you hard. So, don't worry. As long as you stand at the front and block him for a moment, the three of us will use this opportunity to attack Yi Tianhua with all our might. I believe that with the three of us attacking together, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to dodge. At that time, won't we be able to catch Yi Tianhua? Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned. For a moment, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Seeing that Zhong Chunren was silent, Xue Zhijing smiled and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what LV Hushan said makes sense. Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards you, so he definitely won't hit you hard. At that time, with the strength of the three of us, we should be able to defeat Yi Tianhua in the first round of attacks. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you just need to stand at the front for a moment. I think this battle should be over. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren was about to fly into a rage. According to the original plan, Xue Zhijing would stand at the front because his martial arts were the highest and he had the most confidence to block Yi Tianhua's attack. The remaining three people would mainly attack Yi Tianhua from behind. According to this plan, the person in danger should be Xue Zhijing, and the remaining three people would be in relatively less danger. The most important thing was that even if Yi Tianhua broke through Xue Zhijing's defense, Zhong Chunren was not afraid because among the remaining three people, his martial arts were the highest. Moreover, as Xue Zhijing said, Yi Tianhua felt guilty towards him, so he could basically conclude that anyone could be killed by Yi Tianhua. Only he was the safest. But if they arranged according to the latest strategy, then the person in the most danger would be himself. Yi Tianhua did feel guilty towards him, but Yi Tianhua could hold back once. If there were others, Yi Tianhua might attack them, but he was the only one in front. Even if Yi Tianhua wanted to change his target, he had no choice. The most important thing was that Zhong Chunren didn't believe that the three people standing behind him could defeat Yi Tianhua in one round of attacks. Since they couldn't defeat Yi Tianhua in one round, then he would definitely face the danger of being killed by Yi Tianhua. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and turned to look at Xue Zhijing. He smiled and said, Hall Master Xue, I think it's best for me to stay at the back. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned. After a while, he asked tentatively, Zhong Chunren, if you also hide in the back, then there will be no one in front. What if Yi Tianhua rushes over? What should we do? Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to reply and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if there is no one in front to block Yi Tianhua, then the four of us will immediately be in danger. When that happens, we will definitely lose. So, we need someone in front to block Yi Tianhua for us to have a chance of winning. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, we do need someone in front to block Yi Tianhua. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused, turned his head, and glanced at the few people in front of him before continuing. But the person who stays at the front is definitely not me, because there is a more suitable candidate than me. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan exclaimed almost at the same time and asked in trembling voices. Vice Hall Master Zhong, who are you talking about? After saying this, the two of them stared at Zhong Chunren closely, afraid that they would say their names. Hearing the two of them, Zhong Chunren smiled faintly and said slowly, this person is LV Hushan. After hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, LV Hushan suddenly exclaimed and asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can this be? Why am I the most suitable person to stay at the front? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused and forced a smile. Vice Hall Master Zhong, actually, I'm not suitable. Chapter 736. LV Hushan forced a smile and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, my martial arts skills are not high. If I stand in front, I won't be Yi Tianhua's match. I might even cause trouble. How can I stand in front? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren shook his head. LV Hushan, you're wrong. What we want is for you to stand in front, not for you to fight with Yi Tianhua. In terms of fighting, none of us is a match for Yi Tianhua. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for LV Hushan's reply and snorted coldly before continuing. LV Hushan, as long as you stand in front, I believe that Yi Tianhua will not be ruthless in the first attack because he is still thinking about reconciliation. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. You just need to stand in front of him and not let him rush to our side. Do you understand? At that time, as long as Yi Tianhua pauses for a moment, the three of us will immediately attack him together. I believe that with the three of us working together, we will definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua in one attack. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what if Yi Tianhua really makes a move? Won't I be in danger? Zhong Chunren sneered as he shook his head. LV Hushan, you don't have to worry. I can guarantee you that Yi Tianhua will absolutely not injure you in this first attack because he doesn't know our objective. So I'm sure that he will absolutely not use his full strength in this round of attacks. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan frowned. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua in the distance and then looked at the long sword in his hand. He suddenly remembered the dazzling sword light just now and could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren and waved his hand. No, what if Yi Tianhua doesn't listen to you and attacks me heavily? Wouldn't I be in too much danger? No. After hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren sighed. LV Hushan, let me tell you. Among the four of us, your martial arts are the weakest. Even if Yi Tianhua attacks, you don't have enough strength. In that case, why don't you block Yi Tianhua and let us attack with all our strength? Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly turned to point at Yuan Weiqing and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yuan Weiqing's kung fu is not as good as mine. I think he should stay in the front. When Yuan Weiqing heard LV Hushan's words, he immediately became furious. LV Hushan, let me ask you, between the two of us, whose martial arts is higher? LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing were startled. They hurriedly waved their hands and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, your martial arts used to be higher than mine, but now that you are injured, you are definitely not my opponent. If you block the front, I will attack Yi Tianhua from behind. This is the best choice. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I can't. I have already attacked Yi Tianhua once. If I block the front again, I am afraid that Yi Tianhua will be angry and attack me heavily. Then I will be in danger. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. Didn't you hear what Vice Hall Leader Zhong said? In the first attack, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be heavy-handed because he doesn't know that we want to capture him. In order to not cause a fight between the two gangs, he will definitely not be heavy-handed. You can rest assured. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. LV Hushan, you are wrong. I just attacked Yi Tianhua and made him agree to my various conditions. I am afraid that he hates me now. If I block the front and he takes the opportunity to take revenge, wouldn't that be terrible? LV Hushan smiled and waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. Yi Tianhua is not someone who doesn't know the severity of the situation. He should know that if he wants to use his full strength, it will cause a fight between the two gangs. I think that as the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, he definitely doesn't want to see this happen. Therefore, your worry is unnecessary. He will definitely not attack you heavily. He is just trying to scare you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, but what if Yi Tianhua really attacks heavily? What should I do? Won't I be in trouble? LV Hushan waved his hand and said with a smile, how can that be? Do you think that Yi Tianhua is willing to cause a fight between the two gangs? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua wants to do this again, he wouldn't have to explain to us for so long. It is precisely because he doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs that he has been trying to reconcile with us. Yuan Weiqing, you really don't have to worry. Yi Tianhua definitely won't attack heavily. He definitely won't hurt you. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, it's useless no matter what you say. I don't believe it no matter what. I'm just worried that if Yi Tianhua attacks me heavily, I definitely won't be able to block it with my martial arts. At that time, even if you want to save me, I'm afraid it will be too late. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment before he continued, so I think it's safer for me to stay at the back. As for the front, I'll let you go. After hearing this sentence, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, you think it's very dangerous and don't want to block Yi Tianhua. Do you think I don't know that? Yi Tianhua's martial arts are so high. If I go forward to block him, I'm afraid I won't even be able to take one move and will be killed by Yi Tianhua. At that time, won't the unlucky one be me? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. I don't care. Anyway, I won't go forward to block him. It's too dangerous. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and complained, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you see, Yuan Weiqing's martial arts are not as high as mine now. Even if he stays at the back, he won't be of much use. But if he stays at the front, Yi Tianhua will definitely not attack him heavily since he once injured him. I think it's more appropriate for him to stay at the front. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. LV Hushan, for this matter, I also think it's best for you to stay at the front. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words. LV Hushan, I think you seem to be very nervous. In fact, you really don't have to worry. In the first attack, Yi Tianhua can't attack heavily no matter what, because as long as he doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs, he won't attack heavily. So you don't have to worry. You are only blocking Yi Tianhua's path in front. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words. LV Hushan, as for Yuan Weiqing, why did he stay at the back? It's because one of his arms is broken. If he goes forward to fight, it will not be good for his injury. You also know that if he keeps moving, the wound on his arm will definitely relapse. If the wound on his arm flares up during the battle, wouldn't it delay our important matter? LV Hushan, don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan frowned. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, but I'm also injured. If I go forward to fight, won't my wound relapse? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, your injury is much lighter than Yuan Weiqing's. Even if you go forward to fight, although it may relapse, it won't affect your actions. So you can rest assured that it won't delay the battle. After listening to the words of the two, Xue Zhizheng nodded with a smile. LV Hushan, you should have no objections. In this case, we must start the action. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused before continuing, LV Hushan, when I throw out the thunderbolt ball, you immediately go forward to block Yi Tianhua. Until we injure Yi Tianhua, the battle will be over. LV Hushan, are you ready? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand and said loudly, wait a minute, I have something to say. Xue Zhizheng turned to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, what else do you have to say? LV Hushan calmed down and said in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, let me block in front alone, and the three of you stay behind. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, among the four of us, my martial arts are the weakest. Yet, you want me, the weakest, to stand at the front. Do you really think I can block Yi Tianhua's attack? After listening to LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. LV Hushan, didn't Vice Hall Master Zhong already tell you to block in front, and the three of us stay behind to attack Yi Tianhua? Hearing this, LV Hushan immediately turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a bitter smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, letting me block in front alone is really impossible. My martial arts are so weak. It is simply impossible for me to block Yi Tianhua. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to think clearly. Once Yi Tianhua breaks through my line of defense, he will directly face you. At that time, Yi Tianhua will be able to attack the three of you, and you won't have time to attack Yi Tianhua. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then, he hurriedly panted a few times. Without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer his question, he continued speaking. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yi Tianhua breaks through my line of defense, I can guarantee that, just like Hall Master Xue said, his next target will definitely be you. At that time, Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you think you can block Yi Tianhua with your strength alone? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren could not help but frown, but at the same time, he suddenly realized that if Yi Tianhua broke through LV Hushan's line of defense, his next target would definitely be him. If Yi Tianhua was the first to attack, Yi Tianhua might not be willing to be heavy-handed. However, if Yi Tianhua was the second to attack, Zhong Chunren was not confident that Yi Tianhua would not be heavy-handed. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, what you said makes sense. It is indeed not appropriate for you to stand in front alone. If you can't block Yi Tianhua, all of our plans will be useless." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing. "Yuan Weiqing, how about this? You and LV Hushan will stand in front together, while Hall Master Shui and I will stand behind. I think that, as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to capture Yi Tianhua as soon as possible to realize your dream and allow you to stand up again. What do you think?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, my arm is injured, so I can't fight. You just said that if I fight, the injury on my arm will relapse. At that time, it will be terrible." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. "Yuan Weiqing, I know that as long as you fight, the injury on your arm may relapse. However, don't forget that we decided to fight Yi Tianhua because of you." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused before continuing. "Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. In order to make you the second one-armed saber king in South Commandery, how many gold coins and spiritual herbs do we need? And we have to rely on Yi Tianhua to send all of these to us. If we don't capture Yi Tianhua, we won't be able to fulfill these conditions. At that time, I'm afraid that you will be a cripple for the rest of your life. Don't you understand? Therefore, you can only go all out now. Although your arm is injured, you must overcome it. Otherwise, with just the three of us, it is absolutely impossible to capture Yi Tianhua and exchange for those conditions for you." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and lowered his head to think for a moment. Then, he looked up at Zhong Chunren and said with a wry smile, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, although I also want to be the second one-armed saber king in South Commandery, the injury on my arm is really bad. As long as I make a move, the pain is unbearable. It doesn't matter if I go forward to block Yi Tianhua, but I'm afraid that I'll delay your matter. If it affects your attack, wouldn't that be terrible? So, I think it's better for me to stay behind." Zhong Chunren shook his head. "Yuan Weiqing, I know this is very difficult, but listen to me. Your injury is not a problem. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely be able to persevere through this." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren stepped forward and patted Yuan Weiqing's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Yuan Weiqing, I believe that you will definitely not let us down. Because you have never let us down before, I think that this time, you will definitely not let us down. Yuan Weiqing, am I right?" Chapter 737. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and raised his injured arm. He smiled bitterly and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's not that I don't want to pay, but the injury on my arm is too serious. You saw it too. If I don't move now, the injury will be lighter. But if I move, it will immediately affect my movements. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's not that I don't want to block in front, but my injury is too serious. I really can't block in front." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a second before continuing, "Deputy Head Zhong, I think it's good for LV Hushan to block the front alone. You've just said that Yi Tianhua would definitely not strike him hard in the first attack. Now that the one in front is just for show, even if LV Hushan's meritorious service is not high enough, it should not be a problem for him to act, right?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, you heard Yuan Weiqing's words. I think it's better for you to stay in front. Anyway, Yi Tianhua won't hurt you. What do you think?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can this be? What if Yi Tianhua isn't like what you said? What if he doesn't hold back because he's afraid of causing a dispute between the two gangs? On the contrary, if we were to attack him and cause him to be infuriated, wouldn't it be terrible if he were to attack us from the start? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, I think at least 2 of us should stay in the front. Of course, it would be better if all 3 of us stay in the front. If the 3 of us block in front, I believe that even if Yi Tianhua goes all out, he won't be able to break through our defense line. At that time, with Hall Master Shue's martial arts, he should be able to defeat Yi Tianhua. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think of this plan? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. LV Hushan, I'm afraid that Hall Master Shue alone won't be able to injure Yi Tianhua in a short period of time. It's only possible if the 2 of us work together. Do you understand? Therefore, the 2 of us have to stay behind. Only with this kind of formation can we catch Yi Tianhua. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. As for Yuan Weiqing, you also know that his arm is injured. Even if he blocks in front, he won't be of much use. Rather than that, it's better to let him attack Rui Yi Tianhua from the back. I think that's the most suitable for him. Therefore, I think that LV Hushan, the best way is for you to stay in front and block Yi Tianhua's attack. The 3 of us will throw thunderbolt balls at Yi Tianhua from the back. This is the best choice. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, that won't do. I definitely won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack by myself. When the time comes, Yi Tianhua will definitely break through my defense line and attack all of you. Then, wouldn't all of our formation be wasted? Vice Hall Master Zhong, in my opinion, it's better for the 3 of us to stay in front to block Yi Tianhua's attack. After hearing this, Zhong Chunren frowned and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, I think you should stay in front. LV Hushan really can't block Yi Tianhua's attack by himself. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's not that I don't want to, but my arm really can't. Even if I block in front, it won't be of much use. It's better for me to stay in the back. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, there's no problem. As long as you block in front, Yi Tianhua will definitely launch the first attack on you. At that time, Yi Tianhua will be afraid of causing a fight between the 2 gangs, so he will definitely not dare to be heavy-handed. Therefore, even if your arm is injured, there will definitely be no accident. Hearing LV Hushan say that Yi Tianhua would attack him first, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, LV Hushan, how can I do that? My arm is injured. Even if Yi Tianhua doesn't attack me, he can easily break through my defense line. At that time, Vice Hall Master Zhong and Hall Master Shue standing behind me will be in danger. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused before continuing, LV Hushan, if you stay in front alone, then Yi Tianhua has no choice. His first target will definitely be you, and you're not seriously injured. I believe that you can block Yi Tianhua if he doesn't go all out. LV Hushan, as long as you block one attack, I believe that with the 3 of us working together, we will definitely be able to injure Yi Tianhua in the first attack. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, that won't do. I definitely can't block Yi Tianhua's attack alone. It's not like you don't know how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are. Compared to his, my martial arts are like heaven and earth. How can I block him? Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he turned to look at Zhong Chunren and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, none of us are Yi Tianhua's match. If we want to stop Yi Tianhua, we can only rely on Yi Tianhua not to use too much force. That's the only way we can stop his attacks. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. Yi Tianhua has already injured Yuan Weiqing once, so he must be feeling guilty. When he sees Yuan Weiqing in front of him, he definitely won't attack too heavily. This is our chance. Vice Hall Master Zhong, the three of us will hide in the back and wait for this opportunity. As long as Yi Tianhua feels guilty, he definitely won't attack too heavily. Then, we can attack him with all our might. I believe that no matter how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are, he definitely won't be able to block the attacks of the three of us. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is our only chance. The people in front of us, no matter who it is, won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's full attack. We can only rely on the guilt in his heart to have a chance. Therefore, I think that Yuan Weiqing is the most suitable person to block in front. Only he can make Yi Tianhua feel guilty and not attack too heavily. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chuanren's brows furrowed. He thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that what LV Hushan said seemed to make sense. Everyone had seen Yi Tianhua's martial arts just now. Indeed, no one was his match. If Yi Tianhua attacked with all his might, even if the three of them stood in front of him, they might not be able to block one of Yi Tianhua's attacks. Moreover, just like what LV Hushan said, if Yuan Weiqing was in front, Yi Tianhua would have already crippled Yuan Weiqing's arm. Yi Tianhua would definitely feel guilty and wouldn't be too heavy-handed. As long as Yuan Weiqing blocked Yi Tianhua's attack once, it meant that the people hiding in the back would have two chances to attack. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren thought about it in his heart. Would there be a chance to injure Yi Tianhua in these two chances? Zhong Chunren thought about it carefully and felt slightly relieved. If the three of them worked together, even if they couldn't injure Yi Tianhua in two attacks, they would at least be able to injure him. At that time, as long as Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, they would be able to attack a third time. And Zhong Chunren believed that even if Yi Tianhua's martial arts were high, he would definitely not be able to dodge the three of them working together for the third time. More importantly, Xue Zhijing had the Heavenly Star technique. At that time, it would definitely be of great use. Perhaps, the three of them would be able to defeat Yi Tianhua in the first attack. Thinking of this, Zhong Chunren already had some confidence in his heart. What he wanted was for Yi Tianhua to feel guilty. This kind of guilt would also cause Yi Tianhua's attack speed to slow down and the strength of his attacks to weaken. After understanding these problems, Zhong Chunren raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. He smiled and said, "LV Hushan, what you said makes sense. If the three of us stay at the back, there is indeed a great chance of catching Yi Tianhua." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan is right. You are indeed very suitable to stay at the front and block Yi Tianhua because among all of us, Yi Tianhua only feels guilty towards you. During the attack, he will definitely be merciful towards you. So, you don't have to worry about your own safety. As long as you block one of Yi Tianhua's attacks with all your strength, we will have an 80% chance of catching Yi Tianhua this time." Zhong Chunren stepped forward and patted Yuan Weiqing's shoulder. "Yuan Weiqing, as long as we catch Yi Tianhua, he will definitely agree to my conditions. And you can use these conditions to fulfill your wish and become the second one-armed saber king of the South region. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think?" After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately waved his hand. "No, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can this be? The three of you hide at the back and let me, a cripple, block the front. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem appropriate. Vice Hall Master Zhong, please think about it carefully. I am really not suitable to block the front." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, you are wrong. Only you are suitable to block the front because Yi Tianhua injured you the most and has already crippled you. He must feel guilty in his heart, so he will not attack you with all his strength. Naturally, you are not in danger." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, "Yuan Weiqing, for our goal, you should work hard too. Think about it. Everyone is fighting with Yi Tianhua here to realize your dream and make you the second one-armed saber king in South County, right? Yuan Weiqing, you have to cheer up and don't let us down. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said with a wry smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I know everyone is doing this for my own good, but I am now crippled. If I use too much strength, my injury will relapse. In this situation, I am really not suitable to fight in the front. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it is not that I don't want to work hard, but I can't. You also saw that my injury can't be faked. With my injury, even without Yi Tianhua's help, I will faint from the pain. How can I block the front? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, before Zhong Chunren could say anything, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, this is for the best. The more serious your injury is, the more guilty Yi Tianhua will feel, and the weaker his attacks will be. As for you, you will be safer. Yuan Weiqing, if you are not crippled and your martial arts are still very high, maybe if you block the front, Yi Tianhua will attack you with all his strength. I believe that you also know how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are. Once he attacks you with all his strength, even if you are not crippled now, you are definitely not his opponent. As long as Yi Tianhua is willing, he will definitely be able to finish you in one move. That's why I think it's safer for you to die with such heavy injuries, because Yi Tianhua won't be too harsh on you no matter what. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words. He sighed and continued. Yuan Weiqing, except for you, if any one of us goes forward to block the front, I am afraid that they will be injured by Yi Tianhua or even killed by him. Only you, Yi Tianhua will not bear to attack you heavily, so you are the safest. Yuan Weiqing, listen to Vice Hall Master Zhong this time. He will not lie to you. You will definitely be very safe. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan is right. Among all of us, you are the safest. Although you only have 20 to 30% of your martial arts left, in front of Yi Tianhua, you only have 20 to 30% of your martial arts left. It is no different from when you were at your peak. If Yi Tianhua is willing, even if your martial arts are higher than now, I am afraid that you will definitely not be able to take one move from him. So you can rest assured that Yi Tianhua will definitely not hurt you in the first move. Even if he can hurt you, it will definitely be a light injury. Maybe he will just push you to the side and will not kill you, so you can rest assured. LV Hushan also said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. As long as you block one of Yi Tianhua's attacks, the three of us will definitely injure Yi Tianhua and then capture him. At that time, Yuan Weiqing, your dream will soon be realized. Although you are crippled now, if you become the second one-armed saber king of South County City, no one will look down on you. Chapter 738. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhizheng also smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan is right. If you are in front, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be willing to use his full strength. When the time comes, we can use this point to attack him. I believe that under the attacks of the three of us, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to hold on for long and will be caught by us. Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with some emotion, Yuan Weiqing, when we catch Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions, I hope that you will work hard in your cultivation and not let us down. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and asked with a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, do you also think that I am the most suitable person to be in front? Xue Zhizheng nodded. Yuan Weiqing, didn't you hear what LV Hushan said? You are indeed the most suitable person. As long as you are in front, even if Yi Tianhua has great abilities, he will definitely not be able to use them. Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I don't think so. Just now when I sneak attacked Yi Tianhua, he was already a little angry. If I am in front, I am afraid that he will not let me go. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry about this problem. I am certain that Yi Tianhua will definitely not be too harsh on you. Although you sneak attacked him just now, he still crippled you. The next time he makes a move, he will definitely feel guilty and will not be too harsh on you. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing, you just have to be in front and there will definitely be no problem. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. But, I did sneak attack Yi Tianhua just now. What if he is unhappy with me and sees me blocking in front of him? What if he takes the opportunity to take revenge? Wouldn't I be in trouble? LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. We have already negotiated with Yi Tianhua for so long. Don't you know what kind of person he is? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua is the kind of person who cares about the big picture. In order to not cause a fight between our two gangs, even if his two brothers were injured by us, he still did not go all out against us. Yuan Weiqing, although Yi Tianhua severely injured you, if you carefully think about it, he did not use his full strength. I think that with Yi Tianhua's martial arts, if he wanted to kill you, it would be a simple matter of course, if he wanted to kill you, but he did not do so. But he did not do so and only heavily injured you. This is enough to say, he did not want to kill you. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua is afraid of causing a fight between the two gangs, so he doesn't want to go too far. We can also use this to our advantage and let you stand in front of us. I believe that when Yi Tianhua saw your broken arm, he definitely wouldn't dare to use too much force, because if he did, it might cause a fight between the two gangs. So, don't worry, I can guarantee you that Yi Tianhua will definitely not hurt you. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. LV Hushan, I know you are right, but what if Yi Tianhua does not think so? What should we do? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for LV Hushan to reply and continued. LV Hushan, why don't the two of us stay in front and block Yi Tianhua's attack? What do you think? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was shocked and quickly waved his hand. No, how can we do that? Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards you because he hurt you before, but he does not feel guilty towards me. Once I meet him, he might go all out against me. When that happens, won't I be in trouble? So, I am really not suitable to be in front. Yuan Weiqing, I think you should stay in front. This is the safest way. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. No, if you want me to stay in front alone, I will definitely not agree. This is too dangerous. If Yi Tianhua is angered, then I will be in trouble. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, how can you say that? Don't forget who we are doing this for. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, Hall Leader Xue is right. Think about it. Isn't the reason why we want to capture Yi Tianhua to help you stand up again? Yuan Weiqing, it will cost too much to help you stand up again. If we don't capture Yi Tianhua, then we really can't help you stand up again. Although we want to help you, you have to do your part too, right? Yuan Weiqing, although Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, he doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs. This is his weakness, so I'm sure that even if you stay in the front, you won't be in any danger. You might even be safer than the people behind us. Yuan Weiqing, you also know that when the battle starts, the ones attacking Yi Tianhua will mainly be the three of us. Once the battle starts, Yi Tianhua might abandon you and charge directly at us. At that time, you, who is in the front, will be safer than us, don't you think so? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, if the front is so safe, then why are you at the back? Aren't you afraid that Yi Tianhua will attack you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face turned red, but he quickly recovered and smiled. Yuan Weiqing, this is different. The reason why I am at the back is because it is easier to attack from the back. That's why I am at the back, not because I am afraid of Yi Tianhua. At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, you really don't have to worry. The three of us will attack Yi Tianhua from behind. Who knows, we might even injure Yi Tianhua before he reaches you. At that time, won't you be safer? After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, don't lie to me. If we're in front, we'll have to face Yi Tianhua directly. It's definitely more dangerous. No matter what you say, I won't believe you. Blocking the front is the safest place. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, take a good look at my broken arm. You three have good arms. How can you bear to let me, a man with a broken arm, stand in front of you? LV Hushan, listen to me. The two of us will stand at the front. At the very least, you can help me at a critical moment. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's face turned red again. He hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, what I said just now is true. I am not lying to you. If you stand at the front, you will definitely be safe. You will definitely be safer than the people behind us. Don't worry. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said with a bitter smile, LV Hushan, it is really inappropriate for me to stand at the front alone. I think it is better for the two of us. At that time, you will wait in front of me. When Yi Tianhua attacks, you will first block him once. Then, I will block him a second time. Won't that be better? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if I stand at the front, I am afraid that Yi Tianhua will not let me go. I'm different from you. Yi Tianhua hurt you once, so he feels guilty and won't hurt you a second time. But I'm different. If I stand in front of him, Yi Tianhua might attack me regardless of the consequences. If that happens, wouldn't it be terrible? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing frowned. But LV Hushan, aren't you worried about me? Don't forget that I have been crippled by Yi Tianhua and have no fighting power. As long as Yi Tianhua attacks me, I won't even have a chance to resist. Wouldn't that be more dangerous? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, have you forgotten what Hall Master Shui said? We are doing this for you. If you want to become the second one-armed saber king of the South County, you must take part of the responsibility. Think about it. What kind of people can help you like we can? Yuan Weiqing, 10 million gold coins, brilliant saber skills, and elixirs that can change talent. With so many conditions, no matter where you go, I am afraid that no one will help you. Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully. With so many good things, don't we know how to use them ourselves? Why should we help you? Isn't it because we are from the same sect? That's why I believe that you should be the one to take the lead at the critical moment. You can't let your guard down. Although it might be dangerous for you to take the lead, once you succeed, you'll gain a lot of benefits. Yuan Weiqing, if you can really become the second one-armed saber king of the South County, then no matter where you go, you will be respected and worshipped by others. Don't you want that? In order to let you stand up on your own, Yuan Weiqing, don't be afraid. If you succeed, you will become the second one-armed saber king of the South County. This is the dream of many people. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Shui Zhizheng smiled and nodded. That's right, Yuan Weiqing. LV Hushan is right. For you, we have to fight Yi Tianhua. You have to work hard too. Speaking of this, Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, when we capture Yi Tianhua, I will immediately go back and build a secret room for you. You can discuss the conditions with Yi Tianhua here. When you solve the problem here, my secret room will have been built. At that time, Yuan Weiqing, you only need to enter the secret room to cultivate. When you come out, you will be the second one-armed saber king of the South County. After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan also smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, Hall Master Shui is right. When you come out of the secret room, you will be the second one-armed saber king of the South County. Now that I think about it, even I am a little excited. After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly trembled. He raised his head to look at Shui Zhizheng and said with a wry smile, Hall Master Shui, do you have to build a secret room? Shui Zhizheng nodded. If you want to succeed, the best way is to build a secret room. Because only a solid secret room can let you forget all distracting thoughts and concentrate on cultivating martial arts. Only in this way can you cultivate martial arts to the peak as soon as possible and become the second one-armed saber king of the South County. Yuan Weiqing, when the time comes, you don't have to worry about anything else. You just need to cultivate martial arts in the secret room. That is enough. Do you understand? After hearing about the secret room, Yuan Weiqing's mood suddenly became a little uncomfortable. He sighed, Hall Master Shui, why must we build a secret room? Our house is not small. If I cultivate at home, I can save the money to build a secret room. What's wrong with that? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you also know how much we have paid to help you stand up again. If you don't enter the secret room to cultivate, how can you be worthy of us? Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a wry smile. Hall Master Xue, even if I don't go to the secret room to cultivate, I can still cultivate hard. Don't worry, I will never forget the price you have paid for me. When I cultivate martial arts, I will definitely repay you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Xue Zhizheng sighed and said with a wry smile, Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, we really don't want you to repay us for helping you this time. At this point, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. I am now more than 40 years old. If you cultivate in the secret room for 80 years, then I will be more than 120 years old. Even if you want to repay me, I can't say for sure if I will still be here at that time. How can you repay me? Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, we really don't want you to repay us for helping you this time. We just want to help you this time. There is no other meaning. I hope you can understand. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, Hall Master Xue is right. After you enter the secret room, you will have to cultivate for 80 to 90 years. After 80 to 90 years, it is hard to say if we will still be here. You will also have no way to repay us. So, you have to work hard yourself. This time, when you fight with Yi Tianhua, you will be in front of him. You have worked hard for yourself. What do you think? After hearing the two's words, Yuan Weiqing only felt extremely depressed. If he didn't think about this question carefully, his heart would feel better. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt a little uncomfortable. Cultivating in the secret room for 80 to 90 years until his martial arts improved greatly, then he could open the secret room and walk out of it. At that time, he would be more than 100 years old. Chapter 739. Seeing the disappointment on Yuan Weiqing's face, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry about it taking too long. As long as we find the elixirs that can increase your martial talent, your cultivation time will be reduced. Naturally, it won't take that long. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, I think you don't want to become a cripple. Think about it, if word gets out that you're a cripple, your reputation won't be good, especially your son. I'm afraid you won't be able to raise your head. So I think that although this matter is difficult, you must overcome it to stand up again. Let your son see that you're not a cripple, but the second one-armed saber king in the south region. Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. As long as you're willing to work hard, we'll definitely help you. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing felt much better in his heart. He nodded and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. I will definitely work hard. I won't let everyone down. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded with satisfaction. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to succeed, you must stand in front. Because only with you standing in front can the three of us exert our full strength. Only then can we catch Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. When he thought of Yi Tianhua's terrifying martial arts, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm not afraid, but if I stand in front alone, I'm really afraid that I won't be able to stop Yi Tianhua. At that time, I'll delay everyone. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. He turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you heard Yuan Weiqing's words. He wants you to stand in front with him. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you heard wrong. Yuan Weiqing didn't mean that. He only said that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack alone, so he hoped that someone would help him. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I was thinking that it would be better for you to go up and block him. Think about it, Yi Tianhua harmed your son, so he must feel guilty towards you, just like how Yi Tianhua feels towards Yuan Weiqing. When he attacks you, he will definitely not be heavy-handed. At that time, if you and Yuan Weiqing work together, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to break through your defense line. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused for a while before continuing. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I think the best way is for you and Yuan Weiqing to stand in the front. After hearing LV Hushan's words, a trace of anger flashed in Zhong Chuanren's eyes. He said coldly, LV Hushan, are you afraid? LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how is that possible? What I just said is only the most suitable way for us. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. If I stand in the front, Yi Tianhua won't feel guilty towards me, so he naturally won't hold back. We all know Yi Tianhua's martial arts. If he goes all out, I definitely won't be able to block it. Most importantly, when Yi Tianhua goes all out against me, Yuan Weiqing will also step forward to help. But at this time, Yi Tianhua was going all out. With his martial arts, if he wanted to kill the two of us, it would be a simple matter. At that time, not only would I die with Yi Tianhua on my back, even Yuan Weiqing would be threatened by the aftermath of Yi Tianhua's attack. Perhaps he would also die from this powerful attack. After all, Yuan Weiqing's arm is injured, and his martial arts have been reduced by more than half. In the face of Yi Tianhua's full attack, he definitely won't be able to block it. There is a great possibility that he will be killed by Yi Tianhua. It is precisely because of these reasons that I think that Vice Hall Master Zhong, you and Yuan Weiqing will be in the front. Yi Tianhua won't be able to go all out, and we can also use this opportunity to seriously injure Yi Tianhua. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is the best choice for us. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. He whispered, LV Hushan, your martial arts are not as good as mine, and your throwing skills are not as good as mine. If you stay in the back, you won't be able to play a big role. But if I stay in the back, the effect will be completely different. I believe that if Hall Master Xue and I join forces, we will definitely be able to take down Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. But if we rely on you, perhaps all our previous efforts will be wasted. Don't you understand? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you don't have to worry about this. Don't forget that our main force attacking from the back is Hall Master Xue. Hall Master Xue has the Heavenly Star technique. I believe that even if he only relies on himself, he will be able to capture Yi Tianhua in a very short time. So I think that it doesn't matter whether the person staying in the back is you or me. What matters is that Hall Master Xue is in the back, and that is enough. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chuanren's frown deepened. He said coldly, LV Hushan, do you think that my martial arts are not good enough? If I stay in the back, I won't be able to play a big role. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan hesitated for a moment, but he still nodded because he knew that if he was still cowardly at this moment, he would probably be in the front. At this moment, LV Hushan was already very clear that if he went to the front to block Yi Tianhua would definitely not hold back. Most importantly, Yi Tianhua's first target would definitely be him. Yi Tianhua did not want to go all out against Yuan Weiqing, so he was naturally the best target. LV Hushan was very clear that if Yi Tianhua really attacked him, LV Hushan was certain that he would not have the slightest chance to resist. So, the best way was of course to stay in the back. Only this way was the safest way. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I don't mean that. Although your martial arts are very good, compared to Hall Master Xue, you are still far behind. Especially since Hall Master Xue has the Heavenly Star technique. You can't compare with him in this aspect. So I think that Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you blocking in front is the best choice. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, LV Hushan, I can tell you the truth. My martial arts are not what you think. If I really want to fight, I will definitely surprise you. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I know that your martial arts are better than mine, but compared to Hall Master Xue, I'm afraid that you are still somewhat lacking. Zhong Chunren frowned and said slowly, LV Hushan, You don't have to care about my martial arts. I just want to tell you that you will block in front and I will stay behind to attack. Do you understand? LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, if I block in front, Yi Tianhua will definitely attack me first. What should I do then? Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. What should you do, LV Hushan? When the enemy attacks you, don't you even know what to do? At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he snorted and continued. LV Hushan, let me tell you. When Yi Tianhua attacks you, you must block for me. Don't let him break through your defense. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, how is that possible? I am not Yi Tianhua's opponent. How can I block his attacks when he attacks me? Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and said word by word, LV Hushan, you and Yuan Weiqing will block in front. I believe that with your martial arts, you should be able to block 2 of Yi Tianhua's attacks. When these 2 attacks are over, I believe that Yi Tianhua will have been captured by us. So, you only need to think carefully about how to block these 2 attacks. After hearing this, LV Hushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, you tell me. Do you have the confidence to block 2 of Yi Tianhua's attacks? After hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. The person who asked the question was LV Hushan, but Yuan Weiqing was very clear about what Zhong Chunren was trying to say. It was because of this reason that Yuan Weiqing couldn't answer. If it was someone else who asked this question, Yuan Weiqing would have told him that it was impossible. LV Hushan's martial arts were not as good as his, and his arm was injured, so his martial arts were greatly reduced. On the other hand, Yi Tianhua's martial arts were quite strong. With their condition, it was impossible to block 2 of Yi Tianhua's attacks. If it was 1 attack, Yuan Weiqing was more or less confident. But if it was 2 attacks, Yuan Weiqing had no confidence at all. Of course, even if they blocked 1 attack, it was because Yi Tianhua didn't want to be heavy-handed. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't even be able to block 1 attack. However, although Yuan Weiqing thought this, he couldn't say it because Zhong Chunren was the one who asked. Zhong Chunren was helping him. If he didn't cooperate with him, wouldn't he be letting Zhong Chunren down? So, Yuan Weiqing couldn't answer this question. The most important thing was that even he didn't want to be at the front. LV Hushan saw that Yuan Weiqing didn't answer his question, but he didn't care too much. He knew why Yuan Weiqing didn't answer his question. LV Hushan sighed, Yuan Weiqing, your martial arts are higher than mine, but you're seriously injured. You can only use 20 to 30% of your martial arts. In this state, once Yi Tianhua attacks the 2 of us with all his strength, I can guarantee that we won't be able to block 1 attack. At this point, LV Hushan turned to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a bitter smile, Hallmaster Xue, if Yuan Weiqing and I are at the front, it will be too disadvantageous for our plan. If we can't block Yi Tianhua's attack and ruin the plan, it will be terrible. After hearing LV Hushan's question, Xue Zhijing frowned and then nodded with a smile, LV Hushan, you're right. Once Yi Tianhua breaks through your defense line, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Xue Zhijing paused and turned to look at Zhong Chunren before continuing, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think what LV Hushan said makes sense. If the 2 of them are at the front, I'm afraid that they won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it carefully. Is there any way to solve this problem? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Xue, if LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing are at the front, as long as they do their best, I think they can block Yi Tianhua, unless they deliberately don't want to. Hearing this, LV Hushan was a little annoyed and said anxiously, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how is that possible? We're from the secret Thunder sect in the South County. How can we not want to block Yi Tianhua? At this point, LV Hushan paused and turned to look at Xue Zhijing before continuing, Hall Master Xue, please don't worry. If the 2 of us are at the front, we'll definitely resist with all our strength and won't let Yi Tianhua come over. However, Hall Master Xue, You know that Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. If the two of us really can't block him, then there's really no other way. It's precisely because of this reason that I hope that Vice Hall Master Zhong will stay at the front, because his martial arts are very strong and he has a high chance of blocking Yi Tianhua. Hall Master Xue, in order for our plan to succeed, I think it's better to let Vice Hall Master Zhong stay at the front. Only then will we have a higher chance of success. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhijing smiled and nodded. LV Hushan, you're right. I know you're not afraid. What you're saying is to not affect our plan. Xue Zhijing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what LV Hushan said makes sense. He's mainly afraid that he can't block Yi Tianhua's attack and affect our plan, so he wants you to go forward and help. I hope you can understand. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and said in a deep voice, Hall Master Xue, if the three of us stay at the front and you attack Yi Tianhua alone from the back, even if you launch 3 attacks, I'm afraid you might not succeed. However, with my help, it's different. If the two of us work together to deal with Yi Tianhua, the power of this attack will definitely increase by several times. At that time, if there are no accidents, the two of us should have a very high chance of capturing Yi Tianhua in 2 attacks. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing to reply and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, although there's only a difference of 1 attack between 2 and 3 attacks, in a battle, this difference might cause a huge change and turn the entire situation around. Chapter 740. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing nodded as he said with a smile, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, you're right. 2 attacks and 3 attacks are indeed different. It's really possible that the outcome of the battle will be determined by this attack. After saying this, Xue Zhijing turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you heard what Vice Hall Master Zhong said just now. Does what he said make sense? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, LV Hushan shook his head, Hall Master Xue, I admit that what you said just now is right, but you forgot one thing. That is, once the front line of defense is broken, it doesn't matter how many attacks you said. Hall Master Xue, am I right? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you think LV Hushan is right? Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hall Master Xue, although LV Hushan's words make sense, I can tell you that even if the two of them block the front line, there will definitely be no problem. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer his question, he continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, think about it. The reason why Yi Tianhua talked to us for so long is that he doesn't want to cause a fight between the 2 gangs. Since he doesn't want to cause a fight between the 2 gangs, he definitely won't go all out. Just like just now, although we also used the Thunderbolt pill, what was the result? Yi Tianhua still didn't dare to make a move. He was still worried that it would cause a fight between the 2 gangs. Hall Master Xue, since this is the case, let's make a move later. Yi Tianhua definitely won't go all out. Maybe he just wants to push LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing away to reason with us. It can be said that with Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan blocking the front line, there is absolutely no danger. As for saying that Yi Tianhua can break through their defensive line, that's even more nonsense. Yi Tianhua doesn't even dare to use his full strength, so how can he break through their defensive line? Unless Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan run away before the fight starts. In that case, the defensive line formed by the 2 of them will definitely be easily broken through by Yi Tianhua. At this point, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, when you fight with Yi Tianhua later, will you run away in fear? Hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook his head. Regardless of whether he would run away or not, he absolutely could not say it out loud. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how is that possible? No matter how powerful Yi Tianhua is, I can't possibly run away. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll stand in front of you. I won't let Yi Tianhua break through our defense line. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile. LV Hushan, let me ask you. When you fight with Yi Tianhua later, will you run away? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He wanted to shake his head, but he knew that he couldn't. Once he shook his head, it meant that he was a coward. He didn't even have the courage to fight with the enemy. Under such circumstances, even if he wanted to shake his head, he couldn't. Thinking of this, LV Hushan forced a smile and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can that be? This is a battle. How can I run away without fighting? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong, let the two of us. Before LV Hushan finished speaking, Zhong Chunren waved his hand and interrupted him. Hall Master Shui, look. The two of them said that they won't run away. Then I can say with certainty that as long as the two of them fight with Yi Tianhua will definitely not break through their defense line. In this way, we will maintain the original formation until we catch Yi Tianhua. Therefore, I believe that the formation I just mentioned is the most advantageous for us in battle. Only with this kind of formation will we be able to capture Yi Tianhua. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing nodded with a smile. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you are right. It seems that maintaining this formation is our best choice. Speaking of this, Shui Zhijing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, when we fight later, you have to remember what you said now. You must not retreat. Because if you retreat, we will lose this battle. Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him. He let out a sigh and continued on his own. LV Hushan, our battle this time is related to Yuan Weiqing's future. Whether he can become the second one-armed saber king in Nan County depends on whether you can retreat or not. LV Hushan, as long as you hold the front and don't let Yi Tianhua take half a step forward, I can promise you that I will definitely injure Yi Tianhua and then catch him to fulfill Yuan Weiqing's wish and make him the second one-armed saber king in Nan Mai. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, LV Hushan, as long as you are determined, you will definitely be able to block his attack and never retreat. LV Hushan, I am here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of Yuan Weiqing. Thank you for your support. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words of gratitude, LV Hushan felt uncomfortable. All of this was for Yuan Weiqing. No matter what he did, he couldn't get any benefits and there were many disadvantages. If he was unlucky and was killed by Yi Tianhua, wouldn't that be terrible? Thinking of this, LV Hushan said with a wry smile, Hall Leader Shui, I still think that it's best to let Yuan Weiqing stand in the front alone, because Yi Tianhua won't hit him too hard. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing alone can block Yi Tianhua's attack. If I stay behind, I can increase our attack power. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren didn't wait for Shui Zhijing to speak and said with some annoyance, LV Hushan, what do you mean? Everyone has already made a plan, why do you always want to change it? LV Hushan, let me ask you, are you afraid? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you also know that Yi Tianhua won't hit Yuan Weiqing hard because Yuan Weiqing injured him before. But as for me, as long as I block him, Yi Tianhua will definitely hit me hard. At that time, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what should I do? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. What if Yi Tianhua doesn't kill me but just cripples me like Yuan Weiqing? What should I do then? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Shui Zhijing suddenly said, LV Hushan, if you are only worried about this problem, then it's easy. Speaking of this, Shui Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, I promise you here that if you are crippled by Yi Tianhua, then do as Yuan Weiqing said. LV Hushan, I want to build a secret room anyway. This secret room is not small. You and Yuan Weiqing go to the secret room together and practice the brilliant martial arts we found. At that time, the two of you will become the second one-armed saber king of the South County. Wouldn't that be a beautiful story? Xue Zhijing stepped forward and patted LV Hushan, who was in a daze, and continued with a smile, LV Hushan, so you don't have to worry at all. If you are crippled by Yi Tianhua, it might be your opportunity, don't you think so? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, LV Hushan finally reacted. He suddenly turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and asked in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, are you saying that you want me to go to the secret room with Yuan Weiqing to practice some kind of martial arts? Xue Zhijing nodded, that's right. You have already contributed to the secret thunder sect in the South County. How can we forget you? So I have decided that once you are crippled, I will lock you in the secret room and let you and Yuan Weiqing practice the brilliant martial arts together. What do you think? Hearing Xue Zhijing's affirmative answer, LV Hushan subconsciously took a step back. He was afraid that he would be locked in the secret room now. Hall Master Xue, I think we should discuss this matter properly. What do you think? Xue Zhijing shook his head, LV Hushan, there is no need to discuss. I have decided on this matter. Anyway, I want to build a secret room. At this point, Xue Zhijing paused. He pondered for a moment before continuing, LV Hushan, my original plan was to build a smaller secret room. This secret room is about 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters tall. Because I only considered Yuan Weiqing alone, I built it smaller. However, since you want to participate, I will build it bigger. It is about 3 meters wide. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, LV Hushan was shocked. He never expected that the secret room built by Xue Zhijing was only 1.5 meters wide. How big was a 1.5 meter wide square? If someone wanted to lie in it, they would not be able to straighten their legs. How was this cultivating martial arts? This was clearly suffering. At the thought of living in such an environment, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand and said in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, I think it's better to forget it. Let Yuan Weiqing cultivate alone. I won't disturb her. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Xue Zhijing smiled and suddenly said, LV Hushan, I understand. You don't want to cultivate in the same room with Yuan Weiqing, right? At this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued. LV Hushan, it doesn't matter. If the two of you are in the same secret room, I am afraid that you will really disturb each other. Because there will be someone to talk to, it will reduce the time for cultivation. So, I have decided to build 2 secret rooms for the two of you. 1 room for each of you. There will be a wall in the middle. If you want to talk, you can only knock on the wall. I think if this is the case, it will not affect the cultivation of martial arts because of the two of you talking. LV Hushan, do you think this is to your liking? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, LV Hushan was so shocked that his hair stood on end. He only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart and quickly spread to his entire body. It made him feel as if his entire body was stiff. LV Hushan composed himself and said with a forced smile, Hall Master Xue, please don't say that. Cultivating martial arts is a good thing, but I don't have any big dreams. If I am really crippled by Yi Tianhua, then I will accept it. Let him compensate me with some gold coins and I will go back to the countryside to enjoy my life. I won't trouble you. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Xue Zhijing waved his hand and said slowly, LV Hushan, I know you are afraid of troubling us. But let me tell you, you don't have to be afraid. Everything we do is sincerely to help you and let you stand on your feet again. So, you don't have to be polite. Xue Zhijing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to reply, he continued. LV Hushan, since we are talking about this matter, then help me think about it. When building the secret room, do you want to build a secret room that is 1 meter wide or a secret room that is 1.5 meters wide? Although a 1 meter wide secret chamber saves materials, if that's the case, if you want to sleep inside, I'm afraid you'll have to stand up to sleep. But this is also good. You will have less time to sleep and more time to cultivate. As long as you speed up your cultivation, maybe in 60 to 70 years, or even 70 to 80 years, you will be able to complete your cultivation and break the secret room I built. Then, You will be able to reappear in the martial arts world and become the second one-armed saber king in the South region. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. My second plan is to build a secret room that is 1.5 meters wide. Although it is slightly more spacious, the only drawback is that you can lie down and sleep. Although you can't stretch your legs, you can still lie down. Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a wry smile, LV Hushan, you are also a person who cultivates martial arts. You should be very clear that as long as a person is idle, he will immediately stop cultivating. If the secret room is too big and allows people to lie down and rest, I am afraid that you will keep resting in it and forget to cultivate martial arts. This is very bad. LV Hushan, you will live in it in the future. In your opinion, should you cultivate a 1 meter wide secret room or a 1 meter wide secret room? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan was so scared that his forehead was full of cold sweat. Even his body was trembling slightly. If a person were to live in a 1 meter wide secret room, they would only be able to stand every day. Even sitting down would be a luxury. Cultivating martial arts was a long-term thing. This meant that they might have to stand for 70 to 80 years. Chapter 741. Xue Zhizheng saw that LV Hushan did not answer and said with a smile, LV Hushan, why don't you say something? Tell me, is it better to have a 1 meter wide secret room or a 1.5 meter wide secret room? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question again, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said with a forced smile, Hallmaster Xue, I don't think it's necessary. I think you should ask Yuan Weiqing about this. After all, he's the only one living here, isn't he? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng did not take it seriously. He turned his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing, who was in a daze, and asked with a smile. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? Do you want to build a 1 meter wide secret room or a 1.5 meter wide secret room? Which one is better for cultivation? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's body suddenly trembled, and sweat suddenly flowed from his forehead. He never thought that the secret room that Xue Zhizheng wanted to build would be so small. He originally thought that the secret chamber built by Xue Zhizheng would be at least a few dozen steps wide. It would be best to divide the interior into a cultivation room and a bedroom. Of course, the place that was convenient must not be used. It must be specially separated. Otherwise, as long as he smelled that smell, he was afraid that he would not be able to concentrate on cultivation. In addition, the ventilation in that place must be good. Otherwise, if the smell could not be dispersed, then there would be no way to stay in the secret room. However, before he could say these suggestions, he heard Xue Zhizheng's question. Xue Zhizheng really scared him. He never thought that Xue Zhizheng would want to build that kind of secret room. What was the difference between a 1.5 meter wide secret room and a 1 meter wide secret room? Staying in such a small space for 70 to 80 years, not to mention cultivating martial arts, he would be bored to death. Especially those 1 meter wide secret rooms, there was no way for people to stay in. Because, as Xue Zhizheng said, it was impossible for people to lie down and sleep in a 1 meter wide secret room. Could it be that he really had to stand in the secret room for 70 to 80 years? If that was really the case, his legs would probably be crippled before he could cultivate any martial arts. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart and spread to his whole body in an instant. He couldn't help but shiver, which slightly eased the chill in his heart. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't answer him, Xue Zhizheng's smile remained unchanged as he asked again, Yuan Weiqing, it seems that you can't make up your mind. Let me make the decision for you. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, in my opinion, a 1 meter wide secret room is very good. Think about it, how much time do we take to sleep every day? If we have such a secret room to limit your sleep time, I believe that your cultivation speed will definitely increase by several times. Yuan Weiqing, if there are no accidents, you might be able to succeed in just 50 to 60 years of cultivation to build a 1 meter wide secret chamber like this, which would take you 70 to 80 years of cultivation. How about it? This plan isn't bad, right? As long as you agree, I will build a secret chamber for you and LV Hushan. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He pondered for a moment and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, my plan is that the thickness of the wall between you and LV Hushan is about 5 meters. If the two of you are willing, you can leave a thumb-sized hole between the two of you. This way, the two of you can talk and discuss the progress of your cultivation. If there is something that you don't understand, you can also learn from each other. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think of my plan? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing flew into a rage. He wanted to scold Xue Zhizheng, but he couldn't because he knew that Xue Zhizheng was really doing this for his own good. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing raised his head and looked at Xue Zhizheng. He forced a smile and said, Hall Leader Xue, there is really no need to go through so much trouble. I can cultivate at home. I believe that if you give me 80 to 90 years, I will definitely be able to cultivate successfully. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I know that the conditions in the secret chamber are indeed very difficult, so I can understand that you don't want to cultivate in the secret chamber. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, but Yuan Weiqing, do you know how the one-armed saber king cultivated? Let me tell you, the cave he went to that year was indeed very big at the beginning, but it only took a year or two for the rocks to fall from the mountain and seal him in a rock wall. It took him a long time to come out of that rock wall. Xue Zhizheng turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a wry smile, Yuan Weiqing, the one-armed saber king once said that if you want to cultivate high-level martial arts as quickly as possible, you must have no distracting thoughts. Whether it is day or night, even when you are sleeping, you must think about cultivating martial arts. Of course, he also once said that if you want to cultivate martial arts as quickly as possible, the best way is of course to cultivate in a narrow space. Only in this way can you cultivate high-level martial arts as quickly as possible. Yuan Weiqing, this is what the one-armed saber king told me. This is his experience. You absolutely have to believe it. I believe that if you follow his experience, you will definitely be able to practice martial arts much faster. Maybe when you cultivate, we will still be in this world. At that time, we will be able to see your martial arts, and our hearts will be relieved. Xue Zhizheng stepped forward and patted Yuan Weiqing's shoulder. He said seriously, Yuan Weiqing, listen to me, there is absolutely nothing wrong. As long as you enter such a secret room, it will definitely be of great help to your cultivation. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and shook his head with a wry smile. Hall Leader Xue, wanting to cultivate martial arts in a secret room is actually not that easy. Think about it, the one-armed saber king can still eat the moss on the rocks, but what about me? I can't eat anything in a secret room. Wouldn't I be starving? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled and waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, this is not difficult. I will have people send you food every day. You will definitely not starve. Speaking up to here, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment before he continued, of course, in order to not affect your cultivation speed, I will only send you 1 meal a day. This way, I can only disturb you once a day. I think this should be fine, right? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand, Hall Leader Xue, how can I only eat 1 meal a day? No one can choke. Xue Zhizheng nodded, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry. In fact, you stay in the secret room every day and don't consume much food. Eating 1 meal a day, I think is enough. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry, I definitely won't lie to you. Think about it, when the one-armed saber king was in the cave, he ate moss every day. If he consumed too much food, I don't think any amount of moss would be enough for him. Therefore, I think that eating 1 meal a day is enough for you. Who knows, maybe you will take the initiative to ask to eat 1 meal every 2 days. Eat 1 meal every 2 days? Yuan Weiqing looked at Xue Zhizheng in surprise and said in a trembling voice, Hall Leader Xue, this really can't do. If I only eat 1 meal a day, I really can't stand it. You also know that I have a big appetite. If I eat 1 less meal a day, I will feel uncomfortable. If I eat 2 less meals a day, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on until the day I succeed in martial arts. I will directly starve to death. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and lowered his head to think for a moment. Then he slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, since you think this way and are afraid of being hungry, then it doesn't matter. We can send down a water pipe from the ventilation hole. You can drink water from the pipe at any time. I think, with this water, you should be able to hold on for a day, don't you think? Drink water. Yuan Weiqing opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at Xue Zhizheng. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, Hall Leader Xue, I am hungry in the secret room. Do you only give me water to drink? Xue Zhizheng shook his head and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, how is that possible? Don't forget, you can eat 1 meal a day. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Hall Leader Xue, no, I have to eat 3 meals a day. If I miss 1 meal, I will be hungry. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng hurriedly nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, since you want to eat 3 meals a day, it doesn't matter. I can send someone to send you 3 meals a day. But, don't regret it. Because once you enter the secret room, I am afraid that your voice will not be heard from outside. Even if you want to regret, I am afraid it will be too late. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing asked with some doubts, Hall Leader Xue, I eat 3 meals a day. Why would I regret it? When I am at home, I also eat 3 meals a day. Sometimes, when I am happy, I even eat 4 meals. Is there a problem? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, when you are at home, you can eat as many meals as you want. Because, no matter how many meals you eat, there will be no problem. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was even more puzzled and asked doubtfully, Hall Leader Xue, can you explain it clearly? Why is it okay for me to eat a few meals at home? Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a wry smile, Yuan Weiqing, think about it. After eating too much, what will you do? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and asked with some doubts, after eating, of course, I will go to sleep. Is there anything else? Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, after eating too much, won't you go to the bathroom? After hearing this question, Yuan Weiqing nodded naturally, of course, who won't go to the bathroom? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. He turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked tentatively, Hall Leader Xue, do you mean that if I eat too much in the secret room, I will go to the bathroom? Xue Zhizheng nodded, of course, who will not go to the bathroom after eating too much? Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, you are different from me outside. There are many places outside. You can go wherever you want to go and be free. But in the secret room, you can't do that. It is only 1 meter wide. If you go to the bathroom 3 times a day. Although Xue Zhizheng didn't finish his words, Yuan Weiqing already understood and thought of the horror of this matter. In a 1 meter wide secret room, whether it was eating or doing other things, he had to stay in this 1 meter wide secret room. Thinking of such a small secret room and the consequences of eating too much, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. For a moment, he was speechless. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't speak, Xue Zhizheng smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, now you understand why I only send you 1 meal a day, right? Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, I'm mainly worried that after a long time, you won't even have a place to stand. So, he decided to only send you 1 meal a day. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized and asked in a trembling voice, Hall Leader Xue, don't tell me that no one cleans these things. Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, in the secret room, you can only rely on others to clean it. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, my plan is that when I send you meals every day, you pack these things and let him take them out. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? Yuan Weiqing thought for a moment and sighed, Hall Leader Xue, I think it's better if you don't build a secret room. I'll just cultivate in my own home. I won't go anywhere else. Hall Leader Xue, what do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, if you want to cultivate a high-level martial arts, how can you be afraid of suffering? I know that the conditions in the secret room are indeed very difficult, but once you learn martial arts, it will be amazing. Yuan Weiqing, the one-armed saber king of South County City, what kind of status do you have? If you become the second one-armed saber king, then you will also enjoy the treatment of the one-armed saber king and become a legendary figure in South County City. Isn't this what you want? After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed, Hall leader Xue, I know that you want me to cultivate martial arts as soon as possible, but I'm really sorry, I can't do it. Hall leader Xue, if you want me to cultivate in a 1-meter-wide secret room every day, I can't do it no matter what. Who knows, I might die in the secret room before I succeed. Let me cultivate in my own home. Although it will take a long time, there will be a time when I succeed. Chapter 742. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing frowned. Yuan Weiqing, this won't do. We've paid such a high price, but you don't cultivate seriously. How can this be? Speaking up to hear, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, you listen to me. It's better to cultivate in the secret room. This way, you'll be able to practice martial arts faster. Is there anything wrong with this? After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a wry smile. He gestured with his hand and slowly said, Hall Master Xue, a 1-meter-wide secret room is only this big. Think about it, if I stay in this space for 70 or 80 years, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Xue Zhizhing shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how is this possible? Don't forget that the one-armed saber king cultivated his peerless martial arts in this environment. If it's like what you said, then I'm afraid he'll go crazy before he even comes out. Yuan Weiqing sighed. Hall Master Xue, one-armed saber king was forced to do so. He didn't want to stay in the mountain for so long. If there wasn't a mistake in the plan, then he certainly wouldn't be willing to stay in this space for so many years. Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at Xue Zhizhing and said with a wry smile, Hall Master Xue, one-armed saber king was forced to do so. His plan wasn't like this. Now that I have a choice, I certainly don't want to choose the path of one-armed saber king. I hope Hall Master Xue can understand me and don't force me. So that's how it is. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizhing nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, I understand. So one-armed saber king was forced to do so. It doesn't matter, I understand. After we go back, you'll also be forced to enter the secret room. Yuan Weiqing, you can rest assured that I'll take care of this matter. I'll definitely make you satisfied. After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing was so scared that he took a step back. He stared at Xue Zhizhing and asked with a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, what do you mean? What do you want to do? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was scared, Xue Zhizhing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to be nervous. I won't let you know about this. Maybe when you're sleeping, maybe when you're unconscious. In short, I won't let you worry. I'll definitely let you walk into the secret room unknowingly. Then, I will be forced to practice martial arts in the secret chamber. What do you think? No. Yuan Weiqing was so scared by Xue Zhizhing's words that he waved his hands repeatedly. Head Xue, you can't do that. You can't do that. How could you do that? I've said that I won't go to the back room. I'll stay at home and cultivate. I definitely won't go to that 1-meter-wide space. Xue Zhizhing waved his hand with a smile. Yuan Weiqing, don't be nervous. Don't think about it. After we go back, I'll have people start to build the secret room. When it's almost finished, I'll come to find you. You won't find me. Maybe you'll be in the secret room when you open your eyes one day. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, when you go back, eat whatever you want to eat. If you have any fun, do it quickly because you won't have time to do it once you're in the secret room. Yuan Weiqing, enjoy yourself. After hearing Xue Zhizhing's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and said, Head Xue, I've said that I will never go to the secret room. I won't stay at home and cultivate. Head Xue, you can rest assured that my cultivation speed will definitely not let you down. Xue Zhizhing shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you don't go to the secret room to cultivate, Then wouldn't the secret room that I built be wasted? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly moved. He quickly turned around and pointed at LV Hushan. He said with a smile, "Head Xue, it doesn't matter. Even if I don't go to the secret room, LV Hushan can go instead of me. His martial arts are not high. It will be good for him to cultivate in the secret room for a while." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly became angry and shouted, "Yuan Weiqing, what do you mean? If you don't want to go to the secret room to cultivate, why do you want me to go to the secret room to cultivate? You better explain it to me today." Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He forced a smile and said, "LV Hushan, don't you also want to cultivate? What's wrong with going to the secret room to cultivate? It can improve the speed of cultivation. I think you should be very clear about this, right?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, if the secret room is so good, why don't you go to your place to cultivate? Instead, you stay at home to cultivate." Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He then waved his hand and said with a smile, "LV Hushan, how can you compare with me? Don't forget, I have a son. If I don't see him, I will miss him." Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan shook his head, "Yuan Weiqing, you have a son. I admit that. I also admit that I don't have a son. But I have an old mother." Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he snorted coldly and continued, "Yuan Weiqing, my old mother is already so old. I also want to spend more time with her. If I go to the secret room, how can I accompany my old mother?" Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing frowned, "LV Hushan, what you said is wrong. Even if you go to the secret room to cultivate, you can still see your old mother. Have you forgotten that Hall Master Xue has left a vent in the secret room? You can look at your old mother from a distance through the vent. Isn't that good?" Hearing this, LV Hushan became a bit annoyed. "Yuan Weiqing, if that's the case, why don't you watch your son in the ventilation hole? Why do you want me to watch my old mother in the ventilation hole?" Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, "LV Hushan, how can it be the same? Comparing an old mother and a son, which one do you think is more important?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, "Yuan Weiqing, needless to say, of course it's the old mother. You can have as many sons as you want, but there is only one old mother. Do you understand? Who do you think is more important?" After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing blinked and was speechless for a while. LV Hushan was right. There was only one mother, but there could be several sons. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was silent, LV Hushan sneered and said, "Yuan Weiqing, you don't think that your son is more important than your old mother, do you?" Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused, and then he continued, "If you think so, then pretend that I didn't say anything." Hearing LV Hushan's question again, Yuan Weiqing sighed, "LV Hushan, whether it is an old mother or a son, they are both very important. No matter who is superior, they are all very important." Hearing this, LV Hushan immediately glared and said with some annoyance, "Yuan Weiqing, I have already told you that you can have several sons, but you can only have one mother. Why don't you understand?" At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. "Yuan Weiqing, I don't care whether you can understand or not. In short, I tell you, in my heart, my old mother is more important than my son, so I have to accompany her. I can't go to the secret room to practice. If you want to go, you should go by yourself. You can also see your son in the ventilation hole. Is there anything wrong with that? Don't you think so?" "No." As soon as LV Hushan's voice fell, Yuan Weiqing said loudly, "LV Hushan, this is absolutely not possible. In addition to my son, I have a wife. If my wife can't see me, she will definitely miss me. So, for my wife and son, I must not go to the secret room to practice." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered and shook his head, "Yuan Weiqing, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope you don't miss it." You have to know how much Hall Master Shui and Vice Hall Master Zhong have sacrificed in order for you to succeed. Don't you know? Therefore, I think that you should listen to Hall Master Shui's words and obediently go to the secret room to cultivate. If you can master your martial arts as soon as possible, then you will be worthy of their efforts. Don't you understand? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and said in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, can I not go to the secret room to practice? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Zhong Chunren didn't even think about it. He immediately nodded and said with a smile, of course you can. No one is forcing you to go to the secret room to practice unless you are willing to go. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was slightly relieved. He turned to look at Shui Zhizheng and asked in a trembling voice, Hall Master Shui, did you hear that? Vice Hall Master Zhong said that I can't go to the secret room to cultivate. He said that I can only cultivate in the secret room if I want to. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng did not get angry. He turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you mean to say that Yuan Weiqing doesn't need to go to the secret room to cultivate and can still practice the peerless martial arts? Hearing Shui Zhizheng's question, Zhong Chunren nodded, Hall Master Shui, if Yuan Weiqing takes the medicine that can increase his martial arts talent, then there is naturally no need to go to the secret room to practice. Don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng nodded, Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you said that there is no need to go to the secret room to practice peerless martial arts, then I will listen to you and save myself the trouble of building a secret room. After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards Shui Zhizheng, Hall Master Shui, don't worry. Even if I practice at home, I will definitely practice well. Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. Shui Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, I believe that you will not disappoint us. The reason why I want to build a secret room is so that you can practice peerless martial arts faster. Since you are confident that you can practice peerless martial arts without using a secret room, then I will not force you. At this point, Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued to speak. In that case, we are now left with the most important problem. How do we catch Yi Tianhua? Don't you think so? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. Only then did they remember that the most important problem had not been solved. All of these problems were built on the basis of capturing Yi Tianhua. Only then could they be implemented. Whether it was 10 million gold coins, peerless martial arts, or the miraculous medicine that could change talent, they all needed Yi Tianhua to solve. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shui Zhizheng smiled and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, in that case, let's follow the plan just now. What do you think? After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Hall Master Shui, what was our plan just now? Chapter 743. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. LV Hushan, don't worry. As long as you block the front, even if Yi Tianhua breaks through your line of defense, we won't blame you. LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, although you don't blame me, I blame myself. Everyone has worked so hard, but because of me, the plan failed. I'm not willing to accept this. Vice Hall Master Zhong, in order to not let our plan fail, I think it's better for me to stay at the back. Don't worry, although my martial arts are not as good as yours, my method of throwing hidden weapons will definitely not disappoint you. Zhong Chunren shook his head. LV Hushan, you talk too much. Look, from the beginning to the end, Yuan Weiqing didn't complain at all. He went wherever he was told to go. You should learn from him about this. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan immediately turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a bitter smile, Yuan Weiqing, you really don't have any complaints? Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. No. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan suddenly sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, now that things have come to this, I don't want to lie to you anymore. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, Do you think that Yi Tianhua won't hit you hard? Let me tell you, you're wrong. When you spoke to Yi Tianhua like that just now, I think he probably already hates you. He just doesn't have the chance. If he had the chance, I believe he would definitely not let you go. Yuan Weiqing, do you believe me? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, that's impossible. Yi Tianhua has already beaten me to a pulp. Could he still hit me hard? LV Hushan smiled bitterly and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget why you were beaten to a pulp by Yi Tianhua. LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Instead, he snorted coldly and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, not only did you fail to ambush Yi Tianhua, you were even crippled by him. Do you really think that Yi Tianhua would feel guilty towards you? Impossible. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, as long as you stand in front of him, Yi Tianhua will definitely attack you first, and you will definitely be killed by Yi Tianhua. Do you understand? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked in a trembling voice. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what LV Hushan said makes sense. If I stand in front of him, Yi Tianhua might really attack me. At that time, my arm will be injured. Wouldn't it be very dangerous? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and turned to look at LV Hushan. He sneered and said, LV Hushan, don't talk nonsense. Why would Yi Tianhua attack Yuan Weiqing so heavily? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to be afraid. Yi Tianhua isn't that kind of person. We've been here for so long. Have you seen Yi Tianhua take the initiative to attack? No. Yi Tianhua doesn't want to cause a fight between the two gangs, so he definitely won't attack too heavily. Why don't you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. But I did attack Yi Tianhua first. That's why he injured me. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, although you attacked him first, didn't we already make it clear that this has nothing to do with you? This is just a misunderstanding, so you don't have to worry. What LV Hushan said won't happen. Yuan Weiqing lowered his head and thought for a moment, then asked tentatively, Vice Hall Master Zhong, can I stay at the back? I'm afraid that if I stay at the front, Yi Tianhua will really attack me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng. He smiled bitterly and said, Hall Master Xue, they all want to stay at the back. What do you think? Should we let them stay at the back? Xue Zhizheng shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can we do that? If they all stay at the back, who will block the front? If no one blocks Yi Tianhua, how can we attack him? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, it's precisely because there needs to be someone blocking in front that I told the three of you to block in front at the beginning. However, you guys kept changing your positions and I didn't know what you guys wanted to do. Do the three of you have to solve this problem? Xue Zhizheng turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, if you have anything to say, just tell Vice Hall Master Zhong. As long as he can solve it, he will definitely solve it for you. Don't worry. After Xue Zhizheng finished speaking to LV Hushan, he turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, do you want to stay at the front to block Yi Tianhua? You guys can discuss it. I won't participate. If you have anything to say, just tell it to Vice Hall Master Zhong. After seeing Yuan Weiqing nod, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter has been settled. The three of you can discuss it. As for who will stay at the front, you three can decide for yourselves. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to reply and continued speaking. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter has to be done quickly because it takes too long. I'm afraid that Yi Tianhua won't be able to wait and might run away first. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown and ask in a low voice, Hall Master Xue, how can you not care? You are our Hall Master, how can you not care? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhizheng sighed and said slowly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. No matter who stays at the front, it will be very dangerous. I really can't bear to say it. You guys should decide for yourselves who should stay at the front. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, LV Hushan frowned and hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, my martial arts are weak. It's really not suitable for me to stay at the front. Let me stay at the back. What do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. I also have the experience of sneak attacking him. He will definitely hold a grudge against me. Once he meets me, he will definitely hit me hard. So, let me stay at the back. After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chuanren's heart was angry. He sneered and said, If both of you stay at the back, who will stay at the front? After Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan heard this, they subconsciously looked at Zhong Chunren, but didn't say anything. However, the meaning of the two was obvious. They wanted Zhong Chunren to stand in front of them. Looking at the two's gaze, Zhong Chunren was a little annoyed. LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you, are your martial arts better than mine? LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shook their heads. No, how can our martial arts be better than yours? Zhong Chunren nodded. Since your martial arts are not as good as mine, why don't you let me stay at the back to play a bigger role? Instead, you guys who can't use your martial arts to stay at the back. What's the use of that? Don't tell me that you can catch Yi Tianhua with your low skills. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said loudly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, although our martial arts are not high, don't forget that Hall Master Xue is still at the back. I believe that with his martial arts, he will definitely be able to catch Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. Hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. I naturally believe in Hall Master Xue's ability, but I really can't think of the use of you staying at the back. I hope you can give me an explanation. What is the use of you staying at the back? After the two heard Zhong Chuanren's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, LV Hushan said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, although our martial arts are not high, after all, we still know some martial arts. Although it is not very useful, it is still useful at critical times. Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren and the others to answer him. Vice Hall Master Zhong, with our martial arts, if we stayed at the front, we would definitely be killed by Yi Tianhua. If we were killed so easily by him and couldn't even block his attacks, then what's the point of us staying at the front? We might as well stay at the back and preserve our strength. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, LV Hushan is right. It is useless for us to block the front. Staying at the back can ensure our strength. In this case, I don't think I should be at the front. Let me stay at the back. This is the safest way. After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, do you two mean that you want me to block the front alone? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were taken aback at the same time, but then the two nodded at the same time. Seeing the two nodding, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Well, let me, the useful one, block the front. You useless guys run to the back and hide. Very good, I am very satisfied with what you have done. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan to answer his words, he snorted coldly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget why we're doing this. Isn't it to get Yi Tianhua to agree to our conditions and fulfill your wish? But what about you? Is this how you repay us? Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he said with a bitter smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, it is precisely because of this reason that I have to protect myself well. Otherwise, if I am killed by Yi Tianhua, how can I fulfill this wish? How can I become the second one-armed saber king of the South region? Vice Hall Master Zhong, this time, let me stay at the back. Consider it as giving me a chance. I will never forget you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing, if you want a chance, then I will give you this chance. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and sneered, Hall Master Xue, I have already thought about it. Yuan Weiqing's will is not strong enough. If he wants to practice the upper-level martial arts, I am afraid that he must need a secret room. Hall Master Shui, how can we let you pay for the construction of the secret room alone? Both of us will pay for it. We must build a very sturdy building, so sturdy that even the one-armed Saber King won't be able to break it. Hall Master Shui, what do you think? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing nodded and said with a smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I suddenly don't want to build a secret room because I need some money for some things, so I don't have any gold coins to build a secret room. If you want, you can build it yourself. I can help you. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren was so angry that he almost flew into a rage. He sneered and said, Hall Master Shui, it doesn't matter. Since you don't have any gold coins, then I will pay for it. This is nothing. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren suddenly turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, your temper is too unstable, so I have decided to build a secret room for you to practice martial arts. What do you think? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked. He asked with a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, didn't we just agree that I can stay at home and practice? Why do you want to build a secret room now? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I thought that since we are all martial artists, your willpower should be very strong. But from what happened just now, it seems that your willpower is not strong enough. You also know that in order for you to succeed in becoming the second one-armed Saber King, we will have to pay a huge price. 10 million gold coins. This is an amount that many people don't even dare to think about. Brilliant martial arts, these are things that many people in the martial arts world dream of, but can't get. There are also medicinal herbs that can increase one's martial arts talent. These are the most precious treasures in the world. Ordinary people have never even heard of them. Yuan Weiqing, these three precious things, if they are given to you, with your weak will, in case you don't succeed, then all our efforts will be in vain. Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, in order to distract your mind from practicing martial arts, so that you can truly practice the upper-level martial arts, we can only use the method that Hall Master Shui just said, which is to build a secret room. This secret room is very secure. The most important thing is that the secret room has no door. If you want to come out, you can only rely on yourself to open it. But let me tell you, if you don't have the martial arts of the one-armed Saber King, wanting to come out is simply an impossible matter. Chapter 744. Zhong Chunren said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, if there is such a secret room, I believe it will be of great help to your martial arts practice. Don't you think so? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He waved his hands anxiously and said in a trembling voice, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, it's really not necessary. I have a strong will. I'll be fine as long as I practice at home. Please don't build a secret room for me. It's a waste of money and useless. Zhong Chunren didn't wait for him to finish his words and waved his hand to interrupt him. Yuan Weiqing, it's settled. In order to ensure your safety, you can stay behind. Is that okay? Hearing that he could stay behind, Yuan Weiqing was really surprised and happy. He was happy that he didn't have to face Yi Tianhua's attack. He was afraid that he would have to enter the secret room to practice martial arts after going back. At the thought of the horror of the backroom, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but shudder as he said in a quivering voice, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, I think we'd better forget about the backroom. It's useless. I'll just cultivate at home. Zhong Chunren shook his head and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry, and you don't have to be afraid, because when we go back, I will put you in the secret chamber without you noticing. When you wake up, it will be dark all around, and only a small ventilation hole will have a trace of light. At that time, I believe that you will have nothing else to do except practice martial arts. You practice martial arts every day. I think your martial arts progress will be very fast. Maybe in 40 to 50 years, you will be able to successfully cultivate your martial arts. At that time, you will be able to rely on your own profound martial arts to break out of the secret room that is trapping you. After you leave the secret room, you will become the second one-armed Saber King in South County. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing was scared out of his wits. He said in a trembling voice, "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, you know that I'm very hygienic. I have to take a bath almost every day. If I don't take a bath in the backroom for a long time, I might go crazy. Therefore, I think we'd better not waste money on building a backroom. What do you think?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and looked at the sky in the distance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to worry about this. There's no problem at all." Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. "Yuan Weiqing, think about it. That small vent is facing the outside. As long as it rains outside, water will naturally flow into the secret room through the vent. By then, won't you be able to fulfill your wish?" Hearing these words, LV Hushan on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth. He looked at Zhong Chunren carefully. Zhong Chunren glared at LV Hushan fiercely. "LV Hushan, what are you laughing at?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, I'm not laughing. My throat was itchy just now. I wasn't laughing." Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a sneer, "LV Hushan, you don't have to laugh. Is it because you're also in the backroom I built?" "What?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, forget it. If you want me to cultivate, I'll cultivate at home. I can't cultivate in the backroom. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it and will go crazy from the boredom." Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. "LV Hushan, how would you know if you haven't done it?" Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. "Maybe after you stay in the backroom for a while, you'll gradually like this kind of environment. This is because this kind of environment is really effective for cultivating martial arts. Most of the people who can cultivate high-level martial arts use this method. It's like every sect has people who go into closed-door training. Their so-called closed-door training actually means this. They lock themselves in an empty room and begin to cultivate. Some people even only eat once every 7 days and drink once every 7 days. The rest of the time, they are constantly cultivating martial arts." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, "Yuan Weiqing, I'm already very relaxed with you. At least I'll let you eat a meal every day. I won't let you eat only one meal every 7 days. Isn't this better than those who go into closed-door training?" At this moment, Yuan Weiqing was already sweating profusely. When he heard Zhong Chunren's question, he didn't know what to say for a moment. LV Hushan suddenly said, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, as you said just now, leave a small ventilation hole. When it rains, there will be water. However, if the rain doesn't stop, then the water won't stop flowing. At that time, what if the backroom is flooded?" Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. After a while, he waved his hand. "LV Hushan, you're right. If you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten about this." Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. "Since you're afraid that the backroom will be flooded, then it doesn't matter. We can put a ventilation pipe in the ventilation hole. If the backroom is flooded, you can use this ventilation pipe to breathe. You should be able to get through this difficulty. I believe that no matter how heavy the rain is, it will pass in a day or two. You just need to persist in the backroom for a day or two and there should be no problem. This is not a big deal. You can rest assured." Hearing this, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, if the ventilation pipe is broken, what should we do?" Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was also taken aback. He hurriedly asked, "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, LV Hushan is right. If the ventilation pipe is broken, then won't we be in danger? At that time, how can we breathe?" Hearing the two's question, Zhong Chunren waved his hand and said with a smile, "You can rest assured about this. I can ask him to put the ventilation pipe directly in the backroom. At that time, You can check it yourself. If you find that the ventilation pipe is broken, you can immediately tell him when someone brings you food. Won't that solve the problem? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's answer, LV Hushan asked in a trembling voice, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, what if it starts to rain before they bring us food? Won't we be in danger then? Zhong Chunren smiled and waved his hand, LV Hushan, your worries are superfluous. Think about it. How much rain will it take to fill up such a huge backroom? You don't have to worry. Before the backroom is flooded, someone will definitely prepare food for you. At that time, you can tell them that the ventilation pipe is broken. Won't this problem be solved? What's there to worry about? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's answer, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed, LV Hushan, I'm not worried about the ventilation pipe being broken. What I'm worried about is that the ventilation pipe is broken when it's raining heavily. At this time, there is no one outside. What should we do then? Thinking about being in a small secret room filled with water, and the two of them staying in this kind of secret room filled with water, they felt abnormally terrified. There was a kind of oppressive feeling, which made them feel so uncomfortable that they just wanted to scream out loud. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan clenched his teeth. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, this won't do. If we enter the backroom and such a situation really happens, then we're finished. So I've decided that I won't enter the backroom. If you want me to practice martial arts, unless you let me practice at home, I won't practice it. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren didn't take it seriously. He just smiled faintly, LV Hushan, have you really decided? LV Hushan nodded and answered affirmatively, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I've decided that I won't practice this kind of martial arts. It can simply drive people crazy. I don't want to become a madman, so I won't practice it. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded and then sighed, LV Hushan, do you know how high one-armed saber king's martial arts are? Hearing this, LV Hushan frowned, I don't know how high it is. I only know that one-armed saber king's martial arts are really high. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, LV Hushan, one-armed saber king's martial arts are definitely in the top 3 in the South County, if not the best. So you should know how high one-armed saber king's martial arts are, right? Hearing this, LV Hushan was suddenly shocked and asked in a trembling voice, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, is it true? Is one-armed saber king's martial arts really so high? Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, LV Hushan, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Hall Master Xue. He will definitely answer you. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly turned his head and looked at Xue Zhijing with an inquiring gaze. He asked in a trembling voice, Hall Master Xue, is one-armed saber king's martial arts really so high that he can be ranked in the top 3 in the South County? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Xue Zhijing nodded, LV Hushan, this is not a lie. One-armed saber king's martial arts are indeed very high. After he cultivated in the secret room, his martial arts are almost higher than the godly saber sect's master. Hearing Xue Zhijing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded with satisfaction. He turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, did you hear that? One-armed saber king's martial arts are very high. The reason why he has such high martial arts is because he cultivated in the secret room. If he cultivated at home, I can tell you for sure that he would never have such high martial arts. What's more, he was already crippled at that time. It was fortunate that he could recover his martial arts. If he did not cultivate in the secret room, how could he cultivate such high martial arts? Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, one-armed saber king cultivated in the secret room for dozens of years. When he came out, he was almost invincible. Do you think it was worth it for him to cultivate for so many years? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, LV Hushan hurriedly nodded, worth it, absolutely worth it. To be able to reach the invincible state, even if he cultivated for 100 years, it was still worth it. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded with satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you heard it too. If you become the second one-armed saber king, It is equivalent to being almost invincible in the South County. At that time, you will be a big figure respected by tens of thousands of people. So, I hope you will be strict with yourself and strive to reach that state. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren mention one-armed Saber King, Yuan Weiqing's heart suddenly surged with a warm current, making him forget the horror of the secret room. He only thought that after cultivating, he would be invincible. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you can rest assured that I will cultivate well and will not disappoint your expectations. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing, although the conditions in the secret room are difficult, it will be of great help to you. Without the secret room, it will be difficult for you to succeed. However, with the secret room, your cultivation speed will be accelerated, and naturally, you will be able to succeed easily. Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I will remember. I will cultivate well in the secret room. I will not dare to slack off. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. Thinking of what Zhong Chunren had said about one-armed Saber King, he felt a little regretful. Although the conditions in the secret room were difficult, once he succeeded, the benefits he would obtain were quite huge. Thinking that he would become the top existence in the South County in the future, LV Hushan was a little excited. Zhong Chunren looked at the excited LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, it's a pity that you took the initiative to ask not to cultivate. It's really a pity. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question. However, it's also good that you don't cultivate. We can also save a lot of resources and don't have to worry about those resources. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan remembered that Zhong Chunren had asked Yuan Weiqing to stay behind. He could not help but feel more regretful and said hurriedly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I regret it now. Can you let me cultivate too? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment and asked with some doubts, LV Hushan, didn't you just say that you don't need to cultivate? Why do you regret it now? LV Hushan scratched his head embarrassedly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I didn't think it through just now. Now I have thought it through. I also want to cultivate martial arts and reach the state of one-armed Saber King. I hope Vice Hall Master Zhong can help me and let me cultivate too. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and thought for a moment. Then he slowly said, LV Hushan, I can let you cultivate, but you have to promise me. Chapter 745. Zhong Chunren said slowly, LV Hushan, you have to promise me that when the battle starts, you have to stand in front. Do you understand? Hearing this, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, then turned back to look at Zhong Chunren and asked doubtfully, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, why can Yuan Weiqing stay behind, but I have to stand in front? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing, then slowly said, LV Hushan, this is because Yuan Weiqing's arm is already injured. The reason why we are willing to support him and pay such a high price for him to practice martial arts is because he has done so much for us, so we are willing to help him. Now, Yuan Weiqing's fighting strength has been reduced by more than half. Even if he stands in front, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. So, let him hide behind and throw thunderbolt balls at Yi Tianhua. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, let me stay behind. If I stand in front, if Yi Tianhua kills me, how can I practice martial arts? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, LV Hushan, you haven't made any contributions yet, and you want us to pay such a high price to help you practice martial arts. Do you think we will agree? Hearing this, LV Hushan was suddenly stunned. Only then did he remember that the reason Yuan Weiqing was injured was because he sneak attacked Yi Tianhua. Speaking of which, this could be considered as a contribution to everyone. Thinking of this, LV Hushan hurriedly pointed at An Hongda and the others in the distance and hurriedly said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I also made a move just now. Without my help, how could we catch them so easily? Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you should have seen it too, right? Zhong Chunren shook his head. LV Hushan, are you injured? Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly turned around. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, look, my back is injured. It still hurts now. Zhong Chunren glanced at it casually and said slowly, LV Hushan, these are just some minor injuries. It doesn't matter. As long as you rest for a while, you will naturally recover. Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked, Deputy Hall Leader Zhong, since I'm also injured, can I hide behind you? Zhong Chunren shook his head. LV Hushan, your injuries are so light. There's no reason for you to hide behind. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. LV Hushan, the reason why we're helping Yuan Weiqing is because he's already been crippled by Yi Tianhua. If we don't help him, he'll probably spend the rest of his life crippled. He was crippled because of us, so we have to help him. LV Hushan, if you were also crippled now, then I would definitely let you hide in the back without saying anything, because you have also contributed to us before. But not now. You're only slightly injured and it won't affect anything. So, if you want to get a chance to cultivate, you must perform well. Blocking in front is the best opportunity for you to perform. If you perform well and block Yi Tianhua's attack, I can guarantee you that after this matter is over, I will definitely let you enter the secret room and enjoy the same treatment as Yuan Weiqing. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan frowned. Deputy Hall Leader Zhong, but if I'm killed by Yi Tianhua, wouldn't it be a waste? Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, you didn't put in any effort, so how can you get anything? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he snorted and continued. LV Hushan, to tell you the truth, with such a good opportunity, if I say so, I believe that countless people will be willing to come here and block in front of me. LV Hushan, do you believe me? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he sighed in his heart. No matter what, he had to admit that Zhong Chunren was right. If he spread the news, as long as someone was willing to block in front of him, they could help him cultivate peerless martial arts. LV Hushan believed that there would be many people who would come here to sign up. In South County City, there were many people who were not afraid of hardships and tiredness. Even so, they did not have the chance to cultivate high-level martial arts. Now that they had the chance, LV Hushan believed that they would not let go of this opportunity to change their fate. Although LV Hushan did not answer, Zhong Chunren could tell what LV Hushan was thinking just by looking at his expression. Zhong Chunren sneered and said, LV Hushan, if you don't believe me, we can try. Also, if you don't want to block in front of me, that's fine. However, I hope you won't regret it. When you regret it, even if you beg me, it's useless. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm willing. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing. Vice Hall Master Zhong, are you only going to let me block in front of you? Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at LV Hushan and nodded. LV Hushan, if you agree, after this battle is over, I will build a secret room for you so that you can cultivate peerless martial arts. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer him. He snorted coldly and continued speaking. LV Hushan, it's useless to say anything else. I just want to see your performance. As long as you can block Yi Tianhua, I can make the decision for you to cultivate martial arts. But if you want to hide in the back, that's fine. However, I have to tell you that even if you kneel down and beg me in the future, I won't agree. Do you understand? Hearing this, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm willing to block in front of you. However, I'm afraid that I can't block him alone. It doesn't matter if I'm killed by Yi Tianhua, but if I delay your matter, wouldn't that be terrible? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing. Vice Hall Master Zhong, why don't you let Yuan Weiqing help me? The two of us will block in front of him. I believe that with our martial arts, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be able to break through our defense line. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and sneered. LV Hushan, I think you alone are enough. Yuan Weiqing is now seriously injured and his combat power has decreased by more than half. Even if he goes forward to help, I'm afraid that he won't be of much help. It's better for him to stay behind and help us. That's the right thing to do. LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, that won't happen. Yuan Weiqing will definitely be able to help me. At this point, LV Hushan paused and rolled his eyes before continuing. Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. When Yi Tianhua attacks us later, his first target will definitely be me. Because Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards Yuan Weiqing, his first target will definitely not be Yuan Weiqing. Since Yi Tianhua's first target is me, Yuan Weiqing naturally won't be in any danger. He only needs to support me from the side and not let Yi Tianhua attack me with all his strength. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if I'm killed by Yi Tianhua, it won't be good for anyone. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing must help me with all his strength. Only by doing so can we all be safe. Don't you think so? As soon as LV Hushan finished speaking, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, LV Hushan, how can you say that? Have you forgotten what you just said? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan blinked. Yuan Weiqing, what did I say just now? Why don't I remember? Seeing that LV Hushan didn't admit it, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and said, LV Hushan, you just said that Yi Tianhua won't have any guilt towards me because the injury on my arm was my own fault. I was the one who attacked Yi Tianhua first, so Yi Tianhua hurt me. He only has hatred for me in his heart. There is absolutely no guilt in his heart. Wait a minute, Yi Tianhua saw me in front of him. His first target will definitely be me, definitely not you. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his words. He snorted coldly and continued speaking. LV Hushan, I'm afraid the reason you asked me to stand in front of him with you is not so that I can support you from the side, but because you know that as long as Yi Tianhua sees me, his first target will definitely be me. LV Hushan, at that time, even with you supporting me from the side, I can be sure that Yi Tianhua will definitely kill me. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was suddenly startled. Although he thought so, how could he say so? LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how is that possible? Why would I think so? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, later on, the two of us will block Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua's first target will definitely be me, definitely not you. Don't worry, as long as you support me from the side, there won't be any danger at all. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, I don't believe you. You've already said it very clearly just now. It's because I ambushed Yi Tianhua that he hates me. When the battle starts later, his resentment towards me will definitely be greater than yours. His first target will definitely be me. LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. What I said just now was actually to piss you off. It's not true. It's not like you don't know what kind of person Yi Tianhua is. If he was really the kind of person who would use force, he wouldn't have shown you mercy just now. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. With Yi Tianhua's martial arts, is it possible for him to kill you just now? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Yuan Weiqing frowned and pondered for a moment before slowly nodding his head. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are indeed powerful. If he used all his strength on me just now, I would definitely be killed by him. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, see, I'm right. Even if Yi Tianhua knew that you were ambushing him, he wouldn't use force to kill you. You should know very well what kind of person he is, right? At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, so you don't have to worry. Since Yi Tianhua isn't the kind of person who would use force, why would he hurt you? You just have to stay in the front. Yi Tianhua's first target definitely won't be you. You just have to help me block him from the side and there will be no problem at all. Yuan Weiqing, if you stay in the front, my safety will be guaranteed. You also know that my martial arts aren't high. If Yi Tianhua used all his strength on me, I definitely wouldn't be able to block him. If you block him from the side, I won't be in too much danger. Even if I get injured, I definitely won't be killed by him. It's precisely because of this reason that I hope you can stay in the front to help me once, so that I won't be killed by Yi Tianhua. What do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He smiled bitterly and said, LV Hushan, although what you said makes sense, what if Yi Tianhua holds a grudge against me? Wouldn't that be terrible? LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, how is that possible? Yi Tianhua isn't that kind of ruthless person. He hurt you just now, and the resentment in his heart has already been vented. How could he still hate you? Yuan Weiqing, you were the one who was hurt just now, not him. Even if he has a grudge, it should be you. How could it be him? Don't you think so? After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing frowned and suddenly said, LV Hushan, I think it's better to forget about it. This is all our speculation. If Yi Tianhua really holds a grudge against me, I definitely won't be able to block him. When that time comes, won't I be in trouble? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, it's not a problem for me to stay in the front, but you know how my martial arts are. I can tell you for sure that if Yi Tianhua rushes at me, I definitely won't be able to block his attack. Yuan Weiqing, once he breaks through my line of defense, the people behind may not be safe. Among the three of you, your martial arts are the weakest. If Yi Tianhua really wants to break through one by one, you are undoubtedly the best target. So, I can be sure that once Yi Tianhua breaks through my line of defense, his first target will definitely be you. Yuan Weiqing, by that time, I would have already been killed by Yi Tianhua. Naturally, no one would be able to help you. Don't tell me that you think you can block Yi Tianhua's attack with your martial arts alone. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was startled. Chapter 746. Yuan Weiqing said in a trembling voice, LV Hushan, is what you said true? If Yi Tianhua breaks through your defense, will he really attack me first? LV Hushan nodded and sneered, Yuan Weiqing, if you don't believe me, then you can try. Maybe Yi Tianhua won't be the first to attack you. Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth, LV Hushan, are you saying that you and I will be safer in front? Hearing that Yuan Weiqing was going to be fooled, LV Hushan was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded, yes, as long as the two of us stay in front, no matter who Yi Tianhua attacks, we can take care of each other. There won't be any problems. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed, LV Hushan, you are still lying to me. Who do you think I am? Do you think I don't know that Liu in front is the most dangerous? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he snorted coldly and continued. LV Hushan, you don't have to say that you are afraid, but you still have to scare me. What you are doing is really wrong. If we stop this operation because of your words, then who will bear the losses in this episode? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, LV Hushan, don't say too much. You should stay in front obediently. Blocking Yi Tianhua is your greatest contribution. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan blushed. He didn't expect Yuan Weiqing to see through his intentions and was just waiting for him to appear. Thinking of this, LV Hushan said with some annoyance, Yuan Weiqing, why should I stay in front? I have decided to stay in front with you. Otherwise, I won't agree. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sneered, LV Hushan, if you don't agree, what do you want? LV Hushan said angrily, I also want to stay in the back. My martial arts are so weak, wouldn't it be a waste to stay in front? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, LV Hushan, you don't want to stay in front, right? LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, let me stay behind. I promise I won't embarrass you. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yes, but I have to tell you that if you stay at the back, even after the battle is over, you won't be able to practice any higher level martial arts. LV Hushan, you have to think clearly. If you want to regret it, it will be too late. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was taken aback. He hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, How can this be? We just agreed that as long as the battle is over, you can help me practice the upper-level martial arts. How can you go back on your word now? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, the reason why we agreed to help you was that you wanted to stand in the front and make a contribution for us. Because of this reason, we decided to help you. However, you didn't want to stay in the front, so why should we help you? Am I right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly said, LV Hushan, what Vice Hall Master Zhong said is right. You have not done anything yet, nor have you made any contributions. How can we support you in cultivating a high-level martial arts? LV Hushan, if you want to practice the upper-level martial arts, then stay in the front and block Yi Tianhua's attacks for us. When the time comes, if your performance is good, we naturally won't forget you and will help you practice martial arts. But if you don't go forward to block Yi Tianhua, then we have no obligation to help you. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Vice Hall Master Zhong, although I really want to practice the upper-level martial arts, I also know that if I stand in the front alone, with my martial arts, it is very likely that I will be killed by Yi Tianhua. Once I am killed by Yi Tianhua, no matter how many chances I have, I'm afraid it will be useless. So, if you want me to go forward alone to block Yi Tianhua, I will definitely not agree. If you want me to practice the upper-level martial arts, I will definitely not agree. Unless there are more than 2 people in front of me, then I will agree. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, this won't do. My arm is injured and I can't use my martial arts. If I stand in front, I will definitely be killed by Yi Tianhua. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't let me stand in front. LV Hushan alone is enough. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked with a smile, LV Hushan, you heard what Yuan Weiqing said just now. What do you think? LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this won't do. Among the 4 of us, my martial arts is the weakest. Once I stand in front, there is an 80% to 90% chance that I will be killed by Yi Tianhua. For my safety, we still need more than 2 people to be able to block Yi Tianhua. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you heard what LV Hushan said just now. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, don't listen to LV Hushan's nonsense. Yi Tianhua has no enmity with him. Even if he attacked him, he would never go all out. Therefore, I am sure that LV Hushan must be very safe. Perhaps, he is even safer than the 3 of us who stayed behind. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, since you said that the front is safe, then you should stay in front to block Yi Tianhua. Why are you running to the back? Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. LV Hushan, you can't say that. You and I are different. In the battle just now, I sneak attacked Yi Tianhua, but you didn't. Even if Yi Tianhua holds a grudge because I sneak attacked him, he won't hate you because you didn't sneak attack him. LV Hushan, since you didn't sneak attack Yi Tianhua won't hate you. He definitely won't go all out against you. Don't you even understand this point? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, you should be safer than me. Think about it, Yi Tianhua has already injured you once and even crippled you. In this situation, even if Yi Tianhua's heart is cruel, he will definitely feel guilty towards you. Yuan Weiqing, since Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards you, as long as you think about it, you should know that he definitely won't go all out against you. Don't you understand this point? At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. If you stay at the front, you will definitely be safer than staying at the back. If I'm lying, after the battle is over, you can find me to settle the score. At that time, no matter how you hit me, I won't resist. What do you think? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. LV Hushan, don't play with me. After the battle, If I listen to you and stay at the front, will I still have a chance to wait until the end of the battle? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, look at what you're saying. How can you not wait until the end of the battle? You can rest assured that Yi Tianhua definitely won't hurt you. However, no one can guarantee that you will be safe behind. Think about it. When Yi Tianhua first attacked, he wasn't sure how strong we were going to be. Maybe he thought that we were just scaring him. Even if he wanted to resist, it wouldn't be too intense. Therefore, you will definitely not be in danger if you stay at the front. However, when Yi Tianhua finds out that we are serious, he will definitely fly into a rage. After he passes through the defensive line, he will definitely be ruthless. Among the three of you who stay at the back, you are the one who is most likely to be attacked by Yi Tianhua. I am sure that Yi Tianhua will definitely attack you first. Do you believe me? At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you also know Yi Tianhua's martial arts. Even if your martial arts were at its peak, you wouldn't be able to take one of his attacks. Moreover, your martial arts have been reduced by more than half. I'm afraid that Yi Tianhua will just wave his hand and you will be killed. At that time, I can't think of anything that can save you this time. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing didn't immediately refute. Instead, he lowered his head and pondered. Although part of LV Hushan's words were nonsense, Yuan Weiqing was also very clear that part of his words was absolutely true. For example, once Yi Tianhua broke through the defensive line, Yuan Weiqing was certain that the first target of his attack would definitely be him. This was because he had once ambushed Yi Tianhua. Just this point alone was enough for Yi Tianhua to never forgive him. Also, he was now seriously injured. When Yi Tianhua attacked him, it would definitely be like what LV Hushan said. Yi Tianhua only needed to make a light move and he would immediately be killed. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly realized that if he continued to fight with Yi Tianhua, the chances of him surviving were really not high. As for what LV Hushan said about blocking Yi Tianhua's attack from the front, Yuan Weiqing would definitely not do it. He knew that saying that the front was safe was nonsense. With Yi Tianhua's martial arts, whether it was the front or the back, as long as he fought with Yi Tianhua, it would be a dangerous place. Of course, Yuan Weiqing could be sure that although the front and the back were dangerous places, the back was still relatively safer because there was a defensive line in front. Although the defensive line wasn't solid, it could still play a great role. Everyone knew that it was absolutely impossible to let LV Hushan stay in the front alone to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Since it couldn't block Yi Tianhua's attack, why let LV Hushan stay in the front? That was because when Yi Tianhua rushed over, LV Hushan could at least block a little and give everyone time to escape. Don't underestimate the short time that LV Hushan could block. It was quite useful. In such a short time, everyone had enough time to run into the nearby forest. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts were high, he definitely couldn't use it in the forest. It was precisely because of these reasons that everyone knew that the people in the front were the most dangerous. No matter what, it couldn't change this fact. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing didn't say anything, LV Hushan thought that Yuan Weiqing was moved by his words. He hurriedly continued, Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. Staying in the front is definitely safer than staying in the back. Yi Tianhua definitely won't use his full strength in his first attack. If the two of us work together to block his attack, it won't be a problem. Yuan Weiqing, come on, let's block the front together. We can definitely block Yi Tianhua's attack. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you don't have to say any more. I understand. You should stay in the front. I'll stay in the back. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, everyone has already decided. Only you will stay in the front. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to reply and continued. LV Hushan, although there is a certain amount of danger in the front, didn't you just say that compared to the back, it is at least considered safe. After this battle is over, we will definitely help you complete your goal and cultivate the upper-level martial arts. What do you think? LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this won't do. How can I block the front alone? I definitely won't be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. We need another person. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head. LV Hushan, you don't have to worry. Even if you are crippled like Yuan Weiqing, we will still have a way to help you cultivate the upper-level martial arts. You don't have to worry. After hearing this, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and suddenly said loudly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, since you said so, I will withdraw. I will not participate in this operation. Is that okay? Zhong Chunren frowned. LV Hushan, have you really decided? LV Hushan nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it is too dangerous for me to stay in the front alone. Rather than being killed by Yi Tianhua, it is better for me to withdraw. At least it will be safer. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren let out a sigh. LV Hushan, now that you've made your decision, I've also made my decision. After we go back, we will only build one backroom for you to cultivate in. What do you think? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for LV Hushan to reply, he continued. There are also those spiritual herbs, medicines that can increase one's martial arts talent, and high-level martial arts. These are not fated with you. Don't tell me you really don't regret it. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, LV Hushan, you have to think carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you persevere, you may become someone like the one-armed Saber King in the future. Chapter 747. Yuan Weiqing continued, LV Hushan, even if you're injured, don't worry. Hall Master Shui and Vice Hall Master Zhong will help you. You have to remember that you only have one chance. If you miss it, you'll never get it again. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly hesitated. He knew that Yuan Weiqing was right. There was only one chance. If he didn't block in front, no matter how great the benefits were, he wouldn't get a share after the battle. Most importantly, even if he didn't get a share, he couldn't say anything. He even had to be humble. LV Hushan understood this logic. However, even if he understood it, he wouldn't dare to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong. Even Hall Master Shui wasn't his opponent, let alone LV Hushan. It would be great to become a person like the one-armed Saber King, but it would be even better to live. If he was unlucky and was killed by Yi Tianhua, then everything would be over. Thinking of this, LV Hushan raised his head and looked at Yuan Weiqing. He smiled bitterly and said, Yuan Weiqing, I understand what you mean. However, I really can't block in front of him. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, so I've decided that even if I can't practice upper-level martial arts, I definitely won't block Yi Tianhua. It's too dangerous. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. He thought that LV Hushan would agree, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, don't you want to become a person like the one-armed Saber King? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, we are all martial artists. Who doesn't want to master a high level of martial arts? However, you should know how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are. If you let me stand in front of him, I will definitely be killed. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, if I'm killed by Yi Tianhua, no matter how many benefits there are, I'm afraid I won't be able to get them. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, you are too careful. I can tell you clearly that in the Jianghu, if someone heard that as long as they took a risk, they would be able to cultivate a high-level martial art, then I am certain that countless people would come here to sign up. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. LV Hushan, you don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. Instead, you keep retreating. I really feel sorry for you. Think about it, As long as you persist for a while, you can become a person like the one-armed saber king. This is something that many people dream of. If you don't want to seize this opportunity, are you going to regret it in the future? LV Hushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to seize this opportunity, but I also know that my martial arts are too weak. As long as I go up, I'm afraid I'll be killed by Yi Tianhua. What's the use of that? It's also because of this reason that I hope that there are at least 2 people in front of me. Because if there are 2 people taking care of each other, maybe they can really block Yi Tianhua's attack. But you want me to block Yi Tianhua alone. I really can't do it, so I can only give up. Seeing that LV Hushan was really about to give up, Yuan Weiqing's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. He was also very clear that if LV Hushan gave up, the task of blocking in front of him would fall on him. Although his arm was injured and his fighting strength weakened a lot, Yuan Weiqing was still certain that he would definitely be sent to the front to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Yuan Weiqing had fought with Yi Tianhua before, so he naturally knew how terrifying Yi Tianhua's martial arts were. It was also because of this reason that he didn't dare to go forward to block Yi Tianhua. He originally thought that LV Hushan would stay in front of him in order to practice the upper-level martial arts. But he never thought that LV Hushan would be so cunning that he would definitely not go forward. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing had a headache. He couldn't let LV Hushan give up because if LV Hushan went forward, he would have to go in front to block. Yuan Weiqing composed himself and said with a forced smile, LV Hushan, could it be that the upper-level martial arts are really not important to you? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how is that possible? Who doesn't want to practice the upper-level martial arts? But, if you want to practice the upper-level martial arts, you have to at least be alive. If you are killed, how can you practice? I'm afraid that you won't even be able to practice the lower-level martial arts. Yuan Weiqing frowned. LV Hushan, think about it carefully. If you persist for a while, how much benefits will you get? Do you know how many gold coins a kind of elixir that can increase one's strength costs? If you don't have this opportunity, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to get a single elixir. LV Hushan, as long as you eat that elixir, you can immediately increase your strength. Don't you know? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of light. How could he not know the effects of the elixir? Although the effects of the elixir were different and some were strong and some were weak, the common characteristic of the elixir was that it could increase a person's strength. As long as you eat these elixirs, you can easily increase your strength. Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan was somewhat tempted and hurriedly continued, LV Hushan, as long as we succeed this time, we can buy a large number of elixirs to practice the upper-level martial arts. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his words and continued to speak. LV Hushan, if you want to practice the upper-level martial arts, just the upper-level martial arts won't be enough. You must have the help of these elixirs. But most of these elixirs are quite precious. If we don't have a lot of gold coins, we won't be able to buy them. So, for our future goals, LV Hushan, you should stay. Don't give up. As long as you work hard, we will definitely succeed. LV Hushan, when you become someone like the one-armed saber king, you will be grateful to me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I know you are saying this for my own good, but it is absolutely impossible for me to block Yi Tianhua alone. I also know that I can't block Yi Tianhua. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked tentatively, Yuan Weiqing, if you agree to block in front with me, I will stay. What do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. LV Hushan, why bother? I am now crippled and only have 1 or 2 levels of martial arts left. Even if I stay in front, I won't be able to help you much. I might even cause trouble for you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused before he continued, LV Hushan, think about it. If I'm not in front, you can move freely and fight however you want. But with me, you can't. You have to cooperate with me. So I think that if I stay, I'm afraid you will be in more danger. LV Hushan, listen to me. You should stay in front alone. This is the best choice. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, I really can't do this. My martial arts are so low. Yi Tianhua can easily defeat me with one hand. How can I fight? Yuan Weiqing, it is different with you. The two of us, one on the left and one on the right. No matter who Yi Tianhua attacks first, he will be attacked from behind. The two of us will form a two-sided siege. He will definitely be at a loss. At that time, won't we be safer? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's frown deepened. He waved his hand. LV Hushan, listen to me. You can't be wrong. If I stay in front, I won't be able to help you. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer, he continued. LV Hushan, just like you said just now, when Yi Tianhua attacks us, he will be easily attacked from behind. I admit that you are right. But don't forget that I am now seriously injured. I don't have much martial arts left. If the two of us are in front, once Yi Tianhua attacks us, even if he attacks you first, with my current martial arts, even if I see it, Yuan Weiqing won't be able to stop it in time, let alone attack from both sides. So, I think that once Yi Tianhua attacks, LV Hushan, you should use a guerrilla tactic. This is the safest way. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. He suddenly realized that Yuan Weiqing's words seemed to make sense. When Yi Tianhua rushes over, why should he fight him head-on? He couldn't beat him. If he fought him head-on, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? But if he followed Yuan Weiqing's words and used a guerrilla tactic, it would really be safer. When Yi Tianhua rushes over, I just need to dodge. Why should I block him like an idiot? After understanding this point, a smile appeared on LV Hushan's face. He looked up at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, you are right. I really forgot this point. When Yi Tianhua rushes over, why should I fight him head-on? Can't I just dodge? As long as I dodge, how can Yi Tianhua hurt me? In that case, Yuan Weiqing, I have decided to stay. Hearing LV Hushan's decision to stay, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed. He quickly said with a smile, LV Hushan, it's great that you can understand this point. Congratulations. After this battle, we can immediately practice the upper-level martial arts. After saying this, Yuan Weiqing turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said jokingly, LV Hushan, when the time comes, we should compete to see who can practice martial arts faster. What do you think? After LV Hushan knew that he was safe, his mood relaxed a lot. Seeing Yuan Weiqing joking with him, he smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, you can rest assured. When the time comes, we must have a good competition and see who can cultivate martial arts faster. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was even more happy. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Zhong Chunren snort. LV Hushan, what did you just say? When Yi Tianhua rushes over, you are going to use a guerrilla tactic, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you are right. As long as Yi Tianhua attacks me, I will immediately use a guerrilla tactic. I believe that Yi Tianhua can't hurt me. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, although Yi Tianhua can't hurt you, you can't stop him either. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But immediately after, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question. He sneered and continued. LV Hushan, I sent you to the front to block Yi Tianhua and not let him rush to the back. However, when you saw him rush over, you said that you were going to use a guerrilla tactic. But in fact, when you saw Yi Tianhua rush over, you turned around and ran. LV Hushan, it doesn't matter if you run, but who will block Yi Tianhua? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan's face suddenly changed. He did have this idea just now. As long as Yi Tianhua rushed over, he would immediately turn around and run. Yi Tianhua definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with him. However, such a perfect plan was seen through by Zhong Chunren. This wasn't good. LV Hushan forced a smile and said, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, how can I turn around and run? I am using a guerrilla tactic. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, do you know about guerrilla tactics? Speaking up to this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment. But immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, let me tell you. The guerrilla tactic is to avoid direct contact with the enemy. This is very suitable for a battle where the enemy is strong and I am weak. Instead, I will attack the enemy from the side. This way, you can pin down the enemy and not let the enemy attack you. You might even have an opportunity to injure the enemy. This is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, this method is definitely not the kind of turn around and run that you mentioned. It is a tactic. Hearing LV Hushan's explanation, Zhong Chunren sneered and waved his hand. LV Hushan, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I just want to ask you, once you use guerrilla tactics to run, will Yi Tianhua rush to the back? Then let me ask you, who will block Yi Tianhua? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, I don't think so. If I use this tactic, I should be able to pin down Yi Tianhua and prevent him from breaking through my defense line. So, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you can rest assured. Chapter 748. Zhong Chunren sneered, LV Hushan, your mission at the front is to block Yi Tianhua and not let him rush over. But if you run away and Yi Tianhua rushes over, how can I be at ease? Yuan Weiqing also hurriedly said, LV Hushan, is the guerrilla tactic you mentioned really to escape? Hearing the two's question, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand, how is that possible? You also know that my martial arts are not high. If I fight Yi Tianhua head-on, I definitely won't be his opponent. I might not even be able to take one move from him. How can I stop him? But if I use this method to fight Yi Tianhua, I will be able to last for a long time. As long as I block in front, how can Yi Tianhua rush over? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. What's more, even if Yi Tianhua rushes over, I'm still behind him. As long as I attack him from behind, he'll definitely turn around to face me. At that time, won't you all be safe? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked with a frown, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think? Zhong Chunren sneered, LV Hushan, I only know that if you run away, there will be no one in front to block Yi Tianhua. At that time, the 3 people behind us will definitely be attacked by Yi Tianhua. More importantly, once Yi Tianhua attacks us, our attack on him will naturally stop. Since we can't attack, how can we catch Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren turned to look at LV Hushan and sneered, LV Hushan, you block in front. Don't use your tactic. You only need to block Yi Tianhua. That's enough. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was shocked and asked quickly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you mean to say that I should block Yi Tianhua from the front? Zhong Chunren nodded. That's right, LV Hushan. You have to block Yi Tianhua's attack head-on. As for the tactic you mentioned, it's useless. Other than allowing Yi Tianhua to come over, it won't help us at all. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's answer, LV Hushan frowned. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's impossible for me to block Yi Tianhua from the front. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you know my martial arts. If we were to fight head-on, how could I block Yi Tianhua's attack by myself? Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think I should use that kind of guerrilla warfare to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, you want to use that method just to make it easier for you to escape. I will never agree to that. Since you have decided to stay in the front, you must block Yi Tianhua for me. Do you understand? LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, my martial arts are definitely not Yi Tianhua's match. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. LV Hushan, I'm not asking you to catch Yi Tianhua. I'm just asking you to block him. What's so difficult about that? Even if your martial arts are not as good as his, it shouldn't be difficult for me to do this, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if my martial arts are not Yi Tianhua's match, how can I block him? Zhong Chunren sighed. LV Hushan, did you forget what we said just now? If you want to block Yi Tianhua's attack, you don't have to rely on martial arts. Do you understand? LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm not familiar with Yi Tianhua. Other than martial arts, what else can I do to block him? Zhong Chunren clenched his teeth. LV Hushan, you said it yourself. Yi Tianhua definitely won't be heavy-handed in his first attack because he doesn't know what we're trying to do. Since Yi Tianhua won't be heavy-handed in his first attack, you naturally won't be in danger during his first attack. By the time the second attack comes, the three of us might have already defeated Yi Tianhua. At that time, won't you be safe? LV Hushan hurriedly shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is just your excuse. If you can't defeat Yi Tianhua in such a short time, won't I be killed by him when he launches his second attack? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren shook his head. LV Hushan, in the first attack, Yi Tianhua won't be heavy-handed, so you'll be safe. But in the second attack, Yi Tianhua has already been injured by us. Even if he launches a second attack, it won't be very powerful. As long as you block it with all your strength, I believe that you won't die in the second attack. LV Hushan, trust me. My calculations won't be wrong. Stand in front. As long as you block 2 attacks with all your strength, we'll definitely be able to defeat Yi Tianhua. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan frowned. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what if your guess is wrong? What if Yi Tianhua uses all his strength in the second attack? What should I do? Zhong Chunren waved his hand. LV Hushan, don't worry. I can guarantee that even if Yi Tianhua attacks you twice, there won't be any problems. He won't be able to hurt you. Looking at the confident Zhong Chunren, LV Hushan was extremely unconfident. He didn't believe Zhong Chunren's words because he knew how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts were. Even if Yi Tianhua was seriously injured, he could probably kill him with a wave of his hand. How could LV Hushan be at ease when the difference in strength between the two sides was so great? Thinking of this, LV Hushan sighed and said slowly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you want me to use guerrilla tactics, I can block in front. But if you want me to fight Yi Tianhua head-on, then please forgive me for not being able to do it. LV Hushan turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a bitter smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you're not satisfied with my method, then please find someone else. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. LV Hushan, you really won't regret it. LV Hushan smiled bitterly. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this is no longer a matter of regret. If I'm killed by Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to regret it. If I don't participate in this operation, although I may regret it in the future, I will at least have the chance to regret it. Between the two, I choose the latter. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren suddenly sighed. LV Hushan, I originally planned to find you a medicine that can increase your martial arts talent. It seems that we don't need it anymore. We only need to find a medicine that can increase your martial arts talent. That's enough, don't you think? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer, he continued. LV Hushan, you have to know that the medicine that can increase martial arts talent is definitely very rare. Even if you want to find one, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult, let alone 2. However, I don't have to worry about it now because I don't need to find it for you. I only need to find one and give it to Yuan Weiqing. Don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth and felt a little regret. He had only heard of this medicine that could increase martial arts talent, but he had never seen it before. With his status, he really didn't have the qualifications to see such a precious medicinal herb. He heard from others that this medicine that could increase martial arts talent was very rare in the world. This was because the effect of this medicine was really heaven-defying. It could actually turn a person with a low martial arts talent into a person with extremely high martial arts talent. LV Hushan was a person who practiced martial arts. He naturally knew that a person's martial arts talent would determine their future achievements. The higher one's martial arts talent was, the higher one's achievements would be. Everyone knew this. Therefore, those with low martial arts talent would be extremely jealous of those with high martial arts talent. If there was such a medicine that could change martial arts talent, LV Hushan was certain that everyone would fight over it. Now, he actually had the opportunity to use the medicine that could change martial arts talent. This was simply like a dream. Although the chances of obtaining this medicine were not very high, this was still an opportunity. LV Hushan knew very well that if he relied on himself, he would never have the chance to see this medicine in his life. However, with the help of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong and Hall Chief Shui, as well as Yi Tianhua, he might really be able to find this medicine. Don't forget that Yi Tianhua was the boss of the Shadow Alliance in South County. He could order the Shadow Alliance to find these medicinal herbs. The Shadow Alliance was an alliance that specialized in finding things. With their help, there might really be a glimmer of hope. LV Hushan thought that if he really found this medicine in the future, it would be used by Yuan Weiqing because he didn't participate in the battle. From then on, Yuan Weiqing's martial arts talent had changed. With the support of many spiritual herbs and brilliant martial arts, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could break out of seclusion and become an expert of his generation. When he thought of this, LV Hushan felt a little upset. He secretly hated the people in front of him for being unfair to him. Yuan Weiqing could hide in the back, but why did he have to block in front? LV Hushan was displeased. He wanted to give up this opportunity, but he was also a little reluctant because he knew very well that this was his only chance. Most importantly, if he withdrew this time, how could he continue to stay in the secret Thunder sect of South County? Perhaps after leaving this place, it would be the time for him to withdraw from the secret Thunder sect of South County. LV Hushan knew that once he left the secret Thunder sect of South County, he would really be nothing. Zhong Chunren, who was at the side, saw LV Hushan's expression and sneered in his heart. He knew that LV Hushan was already a little tempted. No matter what the reason was, LV Hushan was a little tempted. LV Hushan, you have to think carefully. As long as you persevere through this, your future will be bright. However, if you really want to withdraw, I can guarantee that you will regret it in the future. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan said with a bitter smile, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I know that, but if you let me block in front alone, how can I block it? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. Vice Hall Chief Zhong, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are so powerful that even Master Shui is no match for him. Needless to say, my martial arts are far inferior to Hall Chief Shui's. How can I block Yi Tianhua's charge? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren waved his hand and said with a smile, LV Hushan, do you believe me? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for LV Hushan to answer him. LV Hushan, I can tell you clearly that if you block in front, you will only be able to last 2 rounds at most. This battle should be over. We have already said that Yi Tianhua will not be too harsh on you in the first round of attacks, so you should not be worried. What you should be worried about is the second round of attacks. LV Hushan, I also admit that the second round of attacks is indeed dangerous, but don't forget that everything in this world is dangerous. There is no such thing as a free lunch. LV Hushan, if you want to cultivate high-level martial arts, you will need a large amount of spiritual herbs, as well as herbs that can increase your martial arts talent. Think about it, how much will we have to pay to nurture you? Now is the time for you to perform. If you perform well, we will definitely support you fully. Of course, if you want to give up, I will definitely not stop you because there are too many people who want to benefit from this. As long as I spread the news, there will be plenty of people who will come here to block Yi Tianhua for us. LV Hushan, do you think that those who are willing to block Yi Tianhua in front of us are all stronger than Yi Tianhua? No, that is impossible. Their martial arts are definitely not stronger than Yi Tianhua's, but why are they willing to take such a risk? It is because they are very clear that although it is dangerous to block in front, they also know that once they succeed, they will gain even more benefits. LV Hushan, do you still not understand that the more you give, the more you will gain? I have said so much, if you still want to give up, then I will definitely not stop you because you are too unambitious. We also do not want to nurture such a person, do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and suddenly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am not convinced. Since Yuan Weiqing and I both want to cultivate high-level martial arts, why can he hide in the back while I have to block in front? After hearing this, Zhong Chunren smiled slightly and said faintly, LV Hushan, I am doing this for your own good. Do you still not understand? LV Hushan looked at Zhong Chunren with some doubt. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you are saying that this is for my own good? Chapter 749. Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I'll tell you the truth. Even if we have 10 million gold coins, it's impossible to use all of them to buy elixirs. This is because these gold coins still need to be used to buy other things, such as elixirs that can increase one's martial arts talent and high-level martial arts. This means that the amount of gold coins that can be used to buy elixirs is not much, so the elixirs that can be bought are naturally limited. At this point, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued speaking. LV Hushan, for example, if you buy a total of 5 elixirs, and there are 2 people who want to distribute them, then let me ask you, how should you distribute them? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan immediately said, of course, the person who contributes the most will get more. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded, LV Hushan, you're right, the person who contributes the most will get more. Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, for the 5 elixirs, the person who contributes the most will get 3 elixirs, and the person who contributes the least will only get 2 elixirs, am I right? At this point, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued speaking. LV Hushan, don't underestimate an additional elixir. With each additional elixir, one's strength will increase by a lot. With an increase in strength, the speed of martial arts cultivation will naturally be faster. A person who takes 2 elixirs may need 80 years to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts. However, a person who takes 3 elixirs will only need 60 years to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts. With this comparison, LV Hushan, you should understand the usefulness of an additional elixir, right? Hearing this, LV Hushan suddenly understood and hurriedly asked, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you mean that if I block in front, I can get 3 elixirs? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded, what do you think? Although Zhong Chunren did not answer directly, LV Hushan had already understood and was immediately overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Weiqing suddenly spoke. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I don't agree. Although it is important for LV Hushan to block in front, I also contribute to everyone. Have you forgotten how my arm was injured? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused, but immediately after, he did not wait for Zhong Chuanren's words. He raised his injured arm and continued speaking. Look, isn't the injury on my arm serious enough? Don't tell me that such a serious injury doesn't count as a great contribution. So, I think that even if LV Hushan is in front of me, when it comes to dividing the spiritual herbs, I should get the most. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. He turned to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, you've heard what Yuan Weiqing said, right? His contribution is not small, but you haven't made any contribution yet. Therefore, you shouldn't have any complaints about being in the front, right? LV Hushan shook his head and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if I'm in the front and get more spiritual herbs, I'll accept it. But if I get less spiritual herbs than Yuan Weiqing, I won't agree. As soon as LV Hushan finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing did not wait for Zhong Chunren to speak and said first, LV Hushan, although you are blocking in front, there is no danger. How can you compare with me? Don't forget that in order to sneak attack Yi Tianhua, my arm was crippled by him. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you actually dare to say that there is no danger in blocking in front. Fine, I will block in front and you block Yi Tianhua. At that time, even if you get more elixirs than me, I will have no complaints. What do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. LV Hushan, how can we do that? Vice Hall Master Zhong, the allocation has already been decided. How can we change it? LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you want more elixirs, but you don't want to block Yi Tianhua in front. How can there be so many good things in the world waiting for you? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, you have two choices now. 1. You can stand in front and block Yi Tianhua's attacks for us. When the time comes, you can get a bigger share of the spiritual herbs. I won't have any complaints about that. The second choice is that you stay at the back. Of course, when the elixirs are divided, you will get less elixirs than me. What do you think? Yuan Weiqing, you choose. No matter which option you choose, I will support you. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly stunned. For a moment, he was speechless. He did not want to choose either of the two options that LV Hushan mentioned because he was very clear that no matter what, the person in front was the most dangerous person. However, just because he did not block in front, when the elixirs were divided, he was not willing to get less. Because Zhong Chunren was right. Even if he had 10 million gold coins, there was a limit to the number of elixirs that could be bought. Most importantly, when the elixirs were divided, sometimes there was no way to divide them equally. If he was given an extra elixir, the cultivation time would be greatly reduced. Originally, it would take 80 years to cultivate a martial art. After taking an extra elixir, he might be able to cultivate it in 60 years. This was reducing his cultivation time by 20 years. In that 1-meter-wide secret chamber, Yuan Weiqing was not willing to stay for even a moment, let alone 20 years. If it was possible, Yuan Weiqing wished that he could go to the secret chamber today and cultivate it tomorrow. Therefore, no matter what, the elixirs could not be divided less. This would affect a lot of time. The most important thing was that if two people cultivated martial arts together, one person would still be in the secret chamber practicing hard while the other person, because he had taken an extra elixir, reduced his cultivation time and had already cultivated a high-grade martial art. He would have rushed out of the secret chamber and be free and unfettered outside. When he thought of this result, Yuan Weiqing's heart was somewhat unbalanced. If he cultivated by himself, no matter how fast or slow his cultivation speed was, no one would be able to compete with him. But if two people cultivated together, there would be competitors. Once the cultivation speed was slow, even if the cultivation was successful, it would take a long time and it would definitely be a loss of face. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing looked up at LV Hushan and slowly said, LV Hushan, even if you blocked in front, you did not suffer any injuries. Therefore, your contribution is definitely not as big as mine. Do you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, the battle has not started yet. How do you know that I won't be injured? Speaking of this, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment before he continued, maybe, my injuries are more serious than yours. What should we do then? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, this is impossible. Even if Yi Tianhua attacked you, he would never attack you with full strength. How could you be injured? LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, why can't I be injured? Why can't Yi Tianhua attack me with full strength? Could it be that Yi Tianhua is my relative, so he won't attack me with full strength? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to defend himself, but there was nothing he could say. He could only turn his head to look at Zhong Chunren and quickly say, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you saw my performance just now. I ambushed Yi Tianhua just now. If it wasn't for my good luck, I might have been killed by him. I have already done such a dangerous thing. My contribution should be quite high, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, of course it's not low. You are so seriously injured. How can I say that your contribution is not enough? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question and continued to speak. However, Yuan Weiqing, although your contribution is also very high, Don't forget that LV Hushan will be blocking in front and blocking Yi Tianhua's attack for us. You also know Yi Tianhua's martial arts. Can you guarantee that LV Hushan will not be seriously injured? What if LV Hushan is more seriously injured than you? Doesn't that mean that his contribution is greater than yours? Don't you think so? Hearing this, LV Hushan was shocked. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, if you are not satisfied, the two of us can switch positions. You block in front and I will stay behind. When it is time to split the spiritual herbs, I will definitely not fight with you. What do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at LV Hushan and said with a smile, LV Hushan, I am now seriously injured. If you want me to block in front alone, I will definitely not be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Who knows, I might even ruin everyone's plan. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, LV Hushan, why don't we do what we said just now? The two of us will block in front. When Yi Tianhua attacks us, the two of us will attack Yi Tianhua from the left and right. I believe that Yi Tianhua will be worried about the two of us attacking together. He will definitely not be able to deal a heavy blow. At that time, both of us will be safe. LV Hushan, what do you think of this idea? If you agree, we will do it like this. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, this won't do. I can't agree. If you want to stay in front, then you can stay behind. I will go to the back. If you don't want to stay in front, don't regret it when it is time to split the spiritual herbs. After Yuan Weiqing heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect that LV Hushan's idea would be rejected at this moment. Yuan Weiqing had already calculated that if they followed LV Hushan's plan, the two of them would stand in front of him. Even if the two of them did not suffer any injuries, after the battle ended, Yuan Weiqing was sure that he would be able to get a bigger share of the elixirs. Because Yuan Weiqing also blocked in front, it could be considered a merit. Then, he sneak attacked Yi Tianhua in advance and was injured by Yi Tianhua. This should also be considered a merit. Therefore, after calculating, he had 2 shares of merit, while LV Hushan only had 1 share of merit. Therefore, when the spirit herbs were distributed, he would definitely be able to obtain more spirit herbs. The most important thing was that if the two of them stayed in front, the danger would be reduced by half. This was because no one knew who Yi Tianhua's first target would be. Although the analysis just now was very thorough, after all, it was just a random guess. Who could really guarantee who Yi Tianhua would attack first? If Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan stayed in front, then the chances of them being attacked would only be half. It was because of these reasons that Yuan Weiqing decided to agree to LV Hushan's initial plan. But he never thought that although he agreed, LV Hushan would not agree. Yuan Weiqing would never agree to let him stand in front of Yi Tianhua. He was only left with 20% or 30% of his martial arts. Given his current level of martial arts, Yuan Weiqing was sure that even if Yi Tianhua attacked him with all his might, he would still be killed. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing frowned. He raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. He smiled and said, LV Hushan, you have to think carefully. If the two of us stay in front, we can form a situation where we are surrounded. At that time, no matter who Yi Tianhua wants to attack, he will be attacked from behind. So his attack will definitely not be too strong. If we cooperate like this, wouldn't it be better than fighting alone? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to stay in front, I will not refuse. I will also not fight with you. I will let you stay in front. If you don't want to stay in front, then you can go to the back. I will stay in front. However, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Hearing that LV Hushan still did not agree, Yuan Weiqing was a little annoyed. LV Hushan, why are you so stubborn? If one person stays in front, it will be really dangerous. But if the two of us stay in front, this kind of danger will be reduced a lot. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sighed. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I don't understand? You are wrong. I understand everything. It is because I understand that I will definitely not stay in front with you. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown. LV Hushan, what do you mean? Why don't you want to stay in front with me? This is good for both of us. Is there something wrong with that? LV Hushan suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, if I stay in front with you, then the credit of blocking in front will belong to the two of us. However, you have more contribution than me in the sneak attack on Yi Tianhua. So, if I stay in front, I will only help you block Yi Tianhua and increase the danger. I will not get more elixirs. Do you think I don't know that? Chapter 750. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing's face turned slightly red. He didn't expect LV Hushan to have seen through this and even said it out loud. This made him very embarrassed. However, although Yuan Weiqing felt embarrassed, he also knew that even if it was embarrassing, he still had to finish his words. Otherwise, would he really have to go up and block Yi Tianhua alone? Yuan Weiqing composed himself and said with a forced smile, LV Hushan, why would you think that? I won't do that. The reason why I left you in front is because I don't want to take advantage of you. LV Hushan, think about it. If those spiritual herbs were distributed according to contribution, then how many spiritual herbs would I get if I was in front? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. LV Hushan, you have to think clearly. If I stand in front of you, my contribution will be much greater than yours. At that time, I can guarantee you that you won't be able to get much of the elixirs. Maybe you can even get 10% of it. Don't you understand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, are you saying that I can only get a little bit of the spiritual herbs? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, think about it. Up until now, how much contribution have you made? Do you think 10% of the spiritual herbs is too little? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. Yuan Weiqing, don't forget how Hongda and the others were defeated. If it wasn't for me, how could it be so easy? Isn't this a contribution? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, it's because you made such a small contribution that I'm giving you 10% of the spiritual herbs. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even have a share of this. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice. If I stayed behind to fight, wouldn't it be a contribution? Yuan Weiqing sighed. LV Hushan, what do you think? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, LV Hushan hurriedly turned around and looked at Zhong Chunren. Deputy Head Zhong, say something. Will it be considered a contribution if I stay behind? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren sighed and slowly said, LV Hushan, you also know that among us, your martial arts are the weakest. If you stay behind, think about it, even if we catch Yi Tianhua, how much strength can you contribute? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment. After a while, he asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, although my martial arts are the weakest, my technique of throwing the thunderbolt pill is very strong. I believe that even if I stay at the back, I will play a great role. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you only give me a little contribution, isn't that a little unfair? Zhong Chunren sneered as he shook his head. LV Hushan, don't you think this is fair enough? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his question, he continued to speak. LV Hushan, you have to understand that with your martial arts, without us, it is absolutely impossible for you to catch Yi Tianhua. And you staying behind is even more dispensable. Even without you, do you think that Hall Master Xue and I together won't be able to catch Yi Tianhua? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, LV Hushan, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. In fact, both of our martial arts are very weak. Naturally, we won't be of much use. LV Hushan, think about it. If Vice Hall Master Zhong and Hall Master Xue stay at the front while the two of us stay behind, do you think that with our techniques and martial arts, we can catch Yi Tianhua? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned once again. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that if what Yuan Weiqing said was true, Hall Master Shui and Vice Hall Master Zhong would stay in the front while the two of them would stay behind to attack. If that was really the case, LV Hushan really had no confidence in catching Yi Tianhua. Yuan Weiqing saw that LV Hushan lowered his head and remained silent. He sighed. LV Hushan, now that things have come to this, you should also understand that our martial arts are the weakest. We are the most suitable to block the front. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, don't forget that he might not be able to attack us with all his might. This is our chance. As long as we seize this opportunity, we will definitely be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. LV Hushan, don't hesitate. Stand at the front with me. There will definitely be no problem. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, I can stay at the front, but you have to promise me that if I stay at the front, when it is time to split the spiritual medicine, we will split it equally. What do you think? At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you agree to this, then I will promise you that I will stay at the front. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing could not help but frown. He persuaded LV Hushan to stay not because he wanted to split the spiritual medicine equally with him, but because he wanted to use LV Hushan to share some of Yi Tianhua's attacks. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing was frowning, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, I knew you were lying to me. Even if I stay at the front, you will not split the spiritual medicine equally with me. Since that is the case, I have decided to back out. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly said, LV Hushan, since you said so, then I promise you. As long as you stay at the front, you and Yuan Weiqing can split the spiritual medicine equally. Is that okay? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, as long as you keep your word, I will stay at the front and block Yi Tianhua for you. Although LV Hushan was happy, Yuan Weiqing was not satisfied. This was because if he and LV Hushan split the spiritual medicine equally, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Yuan Weiqing would definitely not agree. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this isn't fair. My arm has already suffered such a heavy injury, and I'm also in the front. If I still have to share the spiritual herbs with LV Hushan, then wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren could not help but frown. He slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, now that things have come to this, we have to look at the big picture. You and LV Hushan's martial arts are not high. If either of you stay, it is very likely that Yi Tianhua will break through the defense line. Only if the two of you work together can you block Yi Tianhua's attack. Therefore, I think that Yuan Weiqing, even if you are at a disadvantage, in order to catch Yi Tianhua, I think this is it. Don't argue anymore. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can this be? My arm is so badly injured, and I still have to split the spiritual medicine equally with him. No matter what, I will not agree. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren frowned. He lowered his voice and said, Yuan Weiqing, if you don't agree, then you will have to stand at the front alone. Are you confident that you can block Yi Tianhua's attack? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing's face suddenly changed. He said in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can this be? Yi Tianhua is very skilled in martial arts. How can I block him alone? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yuan Weiqing, if LV Hushan backs out, then you will have to stand at the front alone. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing asked in a trembling voice. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can it be me alone? Don't I have you? As long as the two of us stand at the front, I believe that no matter how skilled Yi Tianhua is, he will not be able to break through our defense line. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how can this be? If I stand at the front, then who will attack Yi Tianhua? Yuan Weiqing turned to look at Shui Zhijing and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, isn't there still Hall Master Shui? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Shui knows the heavenly star technique. Even if he stands at the back alone, he will definitely be able to catch Yi Tianhua. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that Hall Master Shui can catch Yi Tianhua alone? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, this is impossible. Yi Tianhua is skilled in martial arts. Hall Master Shui alone will not be able to catch Yi Tianhua. We will have to work together to catch Yi Tianhua. Don't you understand? When Yuan Weiqing heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I don't think so. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, Hall Master Shui's martial arts are not bad either. In addition, he has a secret technique. Perhaps he really can catch Yi Tianhua alone. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this is not a small matter. If we can't catch Yi Tianhua, all our plans will be in vain. Do you understand? Therefore, in order to increase our chances of success, we have to treat this matter seriously. Whether or not Hall Master Shui can capture Yi Tianhua alone, I have to stay and work with him. Because only by doing so will we have a greater chance of success. Yuan Weiqing, do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Hall Master Shui just said that as long as he stands at the back alone, he can defeat Yi Tianhua. Why don't we believe him? Speaking to this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, listen to me. If LV Hushan is not willing to participate, let him go. With the two of us in front, there will be no problem. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua harmed your son, so he must feel very guilty towards you. He will not be too harsh on you, so don't worry. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren's expression changed. He sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, do you think that I'm staying behind because I'm afraid? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, this is impossible. Why would I be afraid? Yi Tianhua harmed my son. If he wants to harm me again, then let him come. I don't care. Yuan Weiqing, as for you, why don't you stand at the front alone? Are you afraid? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how could that be? If I was afraid, I would not have attacked Yi Tianhua. Am I right, Vice Hall Master Zhong? Saying this, Yuan Weiqing sighed in his heart. If he had known that Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so strong, he would not have attacked Yi Tianhua. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Weiqing, I know that you are not afraid. If you were really afraid, you would not have attacked Yi Tianhua. So, I need you to stand at the front. Do you agree? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned. After a while, he asked tentatively, Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you really want me, a cripple, to stand at the front? As he said this, Yuan Weiqing deliberately stretched out his broken arm and waved it in front of Zhong Chunren. Seeing Yuan Weiqing's injured arm, Zhong Chunren frowned. After a while, he lowered his voice and said, Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. Let LV Hushan join in. The two of you will stand at the front together. Only then will you have a chance of winning. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if LV Hushan and I stand at the front together, he wants to share the elixirs with me. I will never agree. His contribution is not as great as mine. If he wants a share, I can only give him 10 to 20%. If he gets more, won't I be at a disadvantage? After hearing this, LV Hushan was a little annoyed. He said loudly, Yuan Weiqing, how am I taking advantage of you? Everyone is standing at the front together. Our contribution is the same. How am I taking advantage of you? Yuan Weiqing, if you don't want to, I can withdraw. However, I will never think that I am taking advantage of you. Yuan Weiqing turned his head and looked at LV Hushan. He sneered and said, LV Hushan, since you said that you are not taking advantage of me, then you should break one of your arms. This way, I won't think that you are taking advantage of me. What do you think? You. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly flew into a rage. He shouted, Yuan Weiqing, you are too unreasonable. Your arm was injured by Yi Tianhua. You can only blame yourself for not being good enough. How can you blame me? Your arm is injured. Does my arm have to be injured too? Chapter 751. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, if you want to share the spiritual herbs with me, then this is the only way. If you agree, then I will stand in front of you and fight against Yi Tianhua together. LV Hushan gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, do you want me to break an arm before you're satisfied? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, LV Hushan, you're wrong. This is not to satisfy me, but to be fair. Do you understand? What I want is fairness. Since you want to share the elixirs with me, then the injuries we suffer should be the same, right? LV Hushan sneered and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, I won't break my arm for no reason. If you dare to stand in front of Yi Tianhua alone, then I won't stop you. I won't share the spiritual herbs with you either. What do you think? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then said angrily, LV Hushan, what do you mean by this? Originally, I wanted you to stand in front of me. How did it become me standing in front of you? LV Hushan sighed. I originally wanted to share the spiritual herbs with you, but you didn't agree. Then why did I step forward? Don't you think so? Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more tense, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, You two, stop arguing. Let me say something. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for the two of them to answer him. LV Hushan, Yuan Weiqing, the two of you stand in front of me. When it's time to split the spiritual herbs, Yuan Weiqing will get 60% and LV Hushan will get 40%. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Master Zhong, my arm is broken. Why is it only 10%? I don't agree. Speaking up to here, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him. He snorted and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you let me agree, I will get 70% and LV Hushan will get 30%. Is this okay? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, you must be dreaming. You can have 70%, but I will have 30%. Don't even think about it. LV Hushan turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a sneer, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, if we divide according to Yuan Weiqing's words, then I will get 40% less than him. I will never agree. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing said angrily, LV Hushan, you think I got too much? Do you think I suffered the injury on my arm for nothing? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you had a bit more than me, I wouldn't have minded. But you have 4 levels more than me. How could I agree? Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, since LV Hushan thinks that your share is too much, then you will still get 60%, and he will get 40%, and you will get 20% more than him, isn't that good? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, my arm is already crippled. If I can't get more elixirs, then my contribution will be in vain. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered, Yuan Weiqing, how can your contribution be in vain? Don't forget, you will get 20% more elixirs than me. What is there to be dissatisfied with? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing said angrily, LV Hushan, if you want, we can divide it equally. As long as you promise me that you will break your arm, then we will have a deal. What do you think? LV Hushan shook his head. Nothing. Your arm was broken because of you. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I break my arm? Just to make you happy. What a joke. Yuan Weiqing nodded. LV Hushan, if you want to make me unhappy, then I will get 70% of the elixirs, and you can only get 30%. Will that make you happy? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan said with some annoyance, Yuan Weiqing, I have already said that you will get 70% of the elixirs, and I will get 30%. I will never agree to this division. Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. LV Hushan, If you don't agree, then you can only break your arm, so we can divide it equally. LV Hushan gritted his teeth. Yuan Weiqing, let me ask you. If I also break my arm, you will be satisfied, but how will we resist Yi Tianhua? Hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that the battle had not yet begun. If LV Hushan also broke his arm, then how could they resist Yi Tianhua? Seeing that Yuan Weiqing did not speak, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, the battle has not yet begun. It seems meaningless for us to talk about this. Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren also smiled and said, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan is right. I think everything should wait until the battle is over. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I can promise you, but you also have to promise me that after the battle, if LV Hushan is not seriously injured, then I will get 70% of the elixirs. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly became angry. Yuan Weiqing, the battle has not yet begun and you want to divide the spoils. I will never agree. Yuan Weiqing turned his head and looked at LV Hushan. He sneered and said, LV Hushan, I am just saying this in advance. If someone does not admit it, then it will be troublesome. LV Hushan turned his head and glared at Yuan Weiqing. He said angrily, everyone is standing in the front. Why should you get more and I get less? Yuan Weiqing raised his broken arm and said with a sneer, LV Hushan, based on this, do you have it? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for LV Hushan to answer his words, he snorted coldly and continued. LV Hushan, if you are not convinced, you can also become like me. I naturally will not compete with you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was so angry that his breathing became rapid. He suddenly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked anxiously, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I will listen to you. Tell me, after the battle is over, how should we divide it? Hearing LV Hushan's question, Zhong Chunren could not help but frown. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked tentatively, Yuan Weiqing, I think you should lower your conditions a little. What do you think? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, we haven't caught Yi Tianhua yet. You should agree first. After we catch Yi Tianhua, it won't be too late for us to talk about these things. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if some things are not made clear first, it will be very troublesome when the time comes, so I think that we should make things clear first and do what we should do. Otherwise, after the battle is over, some people will feel that they are at a disadvantage. At that time, it will be difficult to talk about it. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered. Without waiting for Zhong Chunren to speak, he said first, Yuan Weiqing, I think the one who is afraid of being at a disadvantage is you. No matter what, if you want me to participate in the battle and block Yi Tianhua, then we can only split it equally. Otherwise, don't even think about making me agree. When Yuan Weiqing heard this, he immediately said angrily, LV Hushan, if you don't want to participate, then forget it. No one is forcing you. If you don't participate, then it's good. No one will fight with me for the spiritual herbs. Hearing this, LV Hushan sneered. Yuan Weiqing, you said it yourself. When Yi Tianhua attacks you later, don't regret it. Seeing that the two were quarreling again, Zhong Chunren could only frown and say, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, the two of you stop talking. Is there anything you can't discuss? LV Hushan said angrily, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I want to discuss it with him, but he doesn't want to discuss it with me. What can I do? Yuan Weiqing sneered. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if he really wants to discuss it, then let's do it according to my distribution method. In short, my injuries can't be in vain. They have to be included in the contribution. Otherwise, I won't accept it. After hearing the two's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, I understand what the two of you mean. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. But then, Without waiting for the two to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, because your arm is injured, you think that your contribution is greater and you want to get more, right? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing nodded. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't my injuries be in vain? Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to make a decision for me. Don't let him take advantage of me. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan suddenly became angry. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren hurriedly waved his hand and interrupted him. LV Hushan, don't say anything. Let me ask you. You mean that you want to stand in front and wait until the battle is over? Then you and Yuan Weiqing will share the spiritual herbs equally, right? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, of course. Everyone fought together. Of course, we will get the same amount of spiritual herbs. What's so strange about this? After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing said angrily, LV Hushan, my arm is injured. Why can't I get a little more? LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you just want a little more, I have nothing to say. But if you want to get 40% more than me, I will never agree. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren waved his hand, indicating that the two should stop talking. Then, he slowly said. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, the problem that the two of you are struggling with is nothing more than how much spiritual herbs can be divided. This is a small matter. The most important thing for us now is how to catch Yi Tianhua. Otherwise, it's useless no matter what we say. Don't you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, LV Hushan wants to take advantage of me. How can I agree? LV Hushan sneered and said, Yuan Weiqing, you want 40% more spiritual herbs than me. Do you think I will agree? Zhong Chunren waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, how about this? You two have a good discussion about how to divide it. It is the most reasonable. Speaking until here, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued, Yuan Weiqing, you tell me. How much do you want to get 70% of the spiritual herbs? Are you satisfied? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I don't think that 70% of the elixirs is much. Don't forget, I've lost an arm. Could it be that my arm isn't worth this price? After hearing this, Zhong Chunren nodded but did not answer. Instead, he turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked in a deep voice, LV Hushan, what do you think? How much of the spiritual herbs do you want? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan frowned. After a while, he slowly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am a reasonable person. Yuan Weiqing's arm is injured, so it is reasonable for him to get more elixirs. However, I also participated in the battle. You can't give me less. Speaking of this, LV Hushan paused and continued, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think it is better to give me 40% of the spiritual herbs. What do you think? Hearing the answer of the two, Zhong Chunren nodded and said faintly, LV Hushan, you want 40% of the spiritual herbs. Yuan Weiqing, you want 70% of the spiritual herbs, right? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you are right. Zhong Chunren glanced at the two people in front of him and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, this matter is easy to solve. Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for the two to answer his words, he continued. This matter is settled. Yuan Weiqing, you get 70% of the spiritual herbs. LV Hushan, you get 40% of the spiritual herbs. Isn't this matter settled? What else is there to argue about? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, everyone present was taken aback. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan exclaimed at the same time, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can this be? Zhong Chunren waved his hand. What's wrong with that? Let's divide all the elixirs into 11 portions. Yuan Weiqing, you get 7 portions. LV Hushan, you get 4 portions. Isn't that enough? What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were stunned on the spot. For a moment, they were speechless. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Zhong Chunren frowned, Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, are you not satisfied with my distribution method? Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for the two of them to answer his words, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan, don't forget, you were the ones who asked for the percentage of the elixirs. I've already satisfied your request, isn't that enough? What else are you dissatisfied with? Chapter 752. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, although Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan both got a satisfactory share, they felt like they had suffered a loss. However, they couldn't figure out where they had suffered a loss. They could only stare blankly at Zhong Chunren, unable to speak for a while. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Zhong Chunren coughed lightly and slowly said, since you have no objections, then let's do it this way. The two of you will block the front, Hall Master Shui and I will attack Yi Tianhua from behind. Do you understand? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan nodded blankly. Seeing that the two of them finally stopped quarreling and agreed to his suggestion, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Shui Zhijing and said with a smile, Hall Master Shui, the matter has been resolved. The two of us will stay behind to attack Yi Tianhua while the two of them will block the front. This will prevent Yi Tianhua from breaking through their defense and directly attacking the two of us. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing nodded, okay, since you have agreed, then it's decided. At this point, Shui Zhijing's tone paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued speaking. Vice Hall Master Zhong, when we attack later, you will be on the left and I will be on the right. We will attack Yi Tianhua from both sides. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. Hall Master Shui, I don't think that's a good idea. The two of us should stay together to increase our attack power. If we split up, wouldn't our attack power be spread out? Shui Zhijing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how can that be? If we attack from both sides and form a two-sided siege, it will be difficult for Yi Tianhua to defend. Isn't that a good idea? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Shui, I don't think that's a good idea. We should stay together and attack Yi Tianhua together. That's the best idea. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing laughed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you don't understand. My heavenly star technique covers a large area. Even with your help, it won't increase the attack power by much. Rather than that, why don't you stay on the other side and we attack from two sides? That way, we'll be able to increase our attack power. Do you understand? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. Hall Master Shui, only when we gather our strength will our attack power increase. If we scatter, it will only be detrimental to our strength. Therefore, I still think that Hall Master Shui, our best choice is to attack together. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhijing's reply and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, think about it. If we attack Yi Tianhua from two directions, Yi Tianhua only needs to dodge a little bit to dodge half of the attack. He only needs to block half of the attack. Then our attack power will be reduced by half. Don't you think so? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you're wrong. Although we're attacking from two directions, your attack power is definitely not as good as mine. Even if Yi Tianhua dodges your attack, my attack power will not be reduced by much. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you don't have to worry about this. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Hall Master Shui, although my attack power is not as good as yours, what if Yi Tianhua dodges your attack? Then won't we have to rely on my attack to deal with him? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing was about to speak when LV Hushan suddenly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, if your attack power is not enough, you can add mine. Although my martial arts are not as good as yours, my technique of throwing the thunderbolt pill is really good. If the two of us join forces, we definitely won't be much weaker than Hall Master Shui's attack. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked doubtfully, LV Hushan, if you hide at the back, When it's time to split the spiritual medicine with Yuan Weiqing, you'll get very little. Won't you regret it? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, LV Hushan sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, when the time comes, although I'll get very little spiritual medicine, in order to catch Yi Tianhua, I can only do this. At this point, LV Hushan paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if you and Hall Master Shui attack separately, then your attack power is really not as good as Hall Master Shui's. I think you know this very well. If the strength of the attacks from both sides is not the same, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, in order to better carry out our plan, I thought that if I join forces with the two of you, in terms of attack power, even if it's slightly weaker than Hall Master Shui's, it definitely won't be much weaker. This way, the attack power of both sides will be balanced, and will be more confident in catching Yi Tianhua. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you think so? Hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. LV Hushan, do you really not regret it? If you stay at the back, even if we catch Yi Tianhua, you'll get very little spiritual medicine. LV Hushan shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't worry. For everyone, even if I get less spiritual medicine, I'm willing. Saying this, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He was definitely not such a generous person. The reason he said this was because he understood something. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were very strong. In terms of martial arts, LV Hushan was very clear that even if the four of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be Yi Tianhua's match. Under such circumstances, choosing to block Yi Tianhua's attack was undoubtedly a foolish action. It was precisely because of this that LV Hushan did not plan to block in front from the beginning. However, because of the matter of practicing martial arts, LV Hushan decided to take a risk and fight for a future for himself. After the excitement passed, LV Hushan thought carefully. He suddenly understood that even if he blocked in front, he might not be able to practice those advanced martial arts. This was because Yi Tianhua's martial arts were very strong. Even if he and Yuan Weiqing joined forces to block in front, LV Hushan was very clear that he and Yuan Weiqing were 90% sure that they would not be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so strong. If they could not block his attack, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be killed by Yi Tianhua. Since he was already dead, even if there were more elixirs and high-level martial arts waiting for him to cultivate, it would all be in vain. It would be of no use. It was precisely because of this reason that LV Hushan decided to retreat from the front and hide in the back. Of course, this was not because LV Hushan did not want to practice martial arts, but because he already understood that there was only one outcome if he blocked in front. Even if he hid in the back, once the matter was successful, Yuan Weiqing would definitely be killed by Yi Tianhua. Then, not only would he be able to practice the advanced martial arts, no one would fight with him for the spiritual medicine. This was not the best outcome. LV Hushan had already calculated very clearly. After this battle, Yuan Weiqing would definitely be finished, and he would be the one who would benefit the most. It was precisely because of this that LV Hushan decided to retreat to the back. At least, he would protect himself first. Seeing that LV Hushan was going to hide in the back, Yuan Weiqing was suddenly shocked and hurriedly asked, LV Hushan, if you hide in the back, you will only get 1/10 of the spiritual medicine. Are you really not going to fight with me? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan pretended to sigh. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to fight with you. If I also block in the front, Vice Hall Master Zhong and Hall Master Shui's attacks will not be balanced. So, in order to have a greater chance of catching Yi Tianhua, I can only go to the back and join the attack sequence. Speaking up to here, LV Hushan's tone paused, sighed, and continued, Yuan Weiqing, I have no other choice, so I made this choice. After this matter is successful, I hope that you will give me 1/10 of the spiritual medicine because of my efforts. What do you think? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. LV Hushan, this is impossible. If you retreat to the back, I can only give you 1/10 of the spiritual medicine. I hope you will choose carefully. When the time comes, don't regret it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He knew that as long as the battle started, with Yi Tianhua's martial arts, Yuan Weiqing would definitely not be able to escape. When the time came, all the spiritual medicine would belong to him. Why would he care about the 10 or 20%? Yuan Weiqing, this can't be helped. Yi Tianhua's martial arts are very strong. If our attack power is not enough, we will definitely not be able to catch him. So, I can only attack from the back. Speaking up to here, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment, but then he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued speaking. As for the 10th of the spiritual medicine, that can't be helped. I only hope that after you master your martial arts, you will not forget that we helped you before. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, since LV Hushan doesn't need to share the spiritual medicine with you and you are the only one left in front, you have to be careful later. You must block Yi Tianhua, do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing remembered that other than sharing the spiritual medicine, he also had to block Yi Tianhua, who was very strong in martial arts. Yuan Weiqing turned to look at Yi Tianhua and was shocked. Once again, he recalled the scene of him sneaking an attack on Yi Tianhua. Cold sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. When he sneaked an attack on Yi Tianhua just now, Yuan Weiqing had already used all his strength. Even so, Yi Tianhua did not use much strength. Yuan Weiqing only saw the flash of a sword in front of him and he was struck back by the sword. At the same time, he lost an arm. Yuan Weiqing's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he recalled the dazzling sword light from before. He suddenly realized that it was no longer a matter of how many spiritual herbs he would get, but rather, how to block Yi Tianhua's attack. If he joined forces with LV Hushan, although they would not be able to block Yi Tianhua's attack, Yuan Weiqing knew that he was at least 50% confident that Yi Tianhua would not attack him. This meant that he was 50% confident that he would not be attacked by Yi Tianhua. However, once LV Hushan retreated, then Yi Tianhua's attack would definitely land on him. At that time, what would he use to block Yi Tianhua? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly realized that he could not let LV Hushan retreat to the back. Once LV Hushan retreated to the back, he would face Yi Tianhua's attack. Seeing that Yuan Weiqing did not answer his question, Zhong Chunren could not help but frown and asked again, Yuan Weiqing, why aren't you saying anything? Quickly answer my question. Can you block Yi Tianhua's attack? Zhong Chunren's questioning woke Yuan Weiqing up. He raised his head and looked at Zhong Chunren. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. After a while, he turned his head to look at LV Hushan and asked in a trembling voice. LV Hushan, don't tell me you really want to hide at the back. LV Hushan nodded and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, in order to increase our chances, I can only attack from the back. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Yuan Weiqing shook his head. No, I think you should stay at the front and block Yi Tianhua together with me. What do you think? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how can I do that? I already said that the attack from the back is not balanced. This will make it easy for Yi Tianhua to escape, so I should stay at the back. This will increase our chances of catching Yi Tianhua. After hearing this, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became annoyed and said loudly, LV Hushan, you can't do this. If you hide in the back, do you think I can block Yi Tianhua's attack by myself? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. He turned to Zhong Chunren and said quickly, don't worry, Zhong Chunren. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you all know how high Yi Tianhua's martial arts are. Do you really think that you can block Yi Tianhua with just martial arts? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I've said it before. Actually, you don't have to worry. Yi Tianhua injured you before, so he definitely feels guilty. Even if he attacks you, he won't use his full strength. So you don't have to worry. Even if Yi Tianhua's martial arts is strong, as long as he doesn't hit you too hard, you won't be in danger. Yuan Weiqing, don't be afraid, it'll be fine. We believe in you. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Yi Tianhua is not an unreasonable person. He won't hit you hard, so you can rest assured. Chapter 753. After hearing Zhong Chunren and LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing said in a trembling voice, I understand what you are saying, but what if Yi Tianhua hits me hard? What should I do? Looking at the pale Yuan Weiqing, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He knew very well that once he attacked Yi Tianhua, even if Yi Tianhua's temper was very good, he would definitely explode. At that time, Yuan Weiqing, who was at the front, would definitely be the first to bear the brunt and be crushed by the angry Yi Tianhua. However, LV Hushan would never say these words. If Yuan Weiqing understood this truth, then the person in front of him would be him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said with a smile, Yuan Weiqing, in fact, you really don't have to worry. Even if Yi Tianhua attacks you, when he sees your injured arm, he will definitely feel guilty. At that time, I promise you that he won't hit you hard. If you don't believe me, you can ask Vice Hall Master Zhong. He will definitely explain it to you. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked with a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, is what LV Hushan said true? Yi Tianhua really won't hit me hard. Zhong Chunren smiled and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, you can rest assured. There will definitely be no problem. You have been in contact with Yi Tianhua for so long. Don't you understand him? Don't worry, LV Hushan is right. Yi Tianhua won't hurt you heavily because he once injured your arm. With his temper, he won't hurt you again no matter what. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I also know this, but I am still worried. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused before he continued, Vice Hall Master Zhong, why don't you let LV Hushan and me stand in front together? This way, the two of us can more or less take care of each other. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Okay, but this matter involves the distribution of the spiritual herbs. You should discuss it among yourselves. As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, LV Hushan hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, there's no need. I'll stay at the back. If I go to the front, it will weaken our attack power. If we can't catch Yi Tianhua because of the lack of attack power, then it will be too late for regrets. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. LV Hushan, your martial arts aren't high. Even if you stay at the back, you won't be able to increase your attack power by much. It's better if you stay at the front with me. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer his question and continued to speak. If the two of us block Yi Tianhua at the front, we'll be able to buy a lot of time for those behind us. LV Hushan, listen to me. It won't go wrong. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how can we do that? If we want to catch Yi Tianhua, our attack power must be strong. If our attack power isn't enough, even if Yi Tianhua can't rush over, it won't help. Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was a little annoyed. LV Hushan, your martial arts aren't high. Even if you stay at the back, how much attack power can you increase? I think it's better for you to stay at the front. That's the best choice. LV Hushan shook his head again. Yuan Weiqing, that won't do. I've already said that I won't share the spiritual herbs with you. I'll stay at the back. LV Hushan paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, for the sake of you being able to practice the higher level of martial arts in the future, it's better not to talk about it anymore. You should think about how to block Yi Tianhua's attack. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He suddenly remembered that LV Hushan had quarreled with him for the sake of sharing the spiritual herbs with him. Why did he take the initiative to back out now? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's frown deepened. He was thinking hard in his heart. Why? Could it be that there was something more important than those spiritual herbs? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. He asked tentatively, LV Hushan, if you stay at the back, I'm afraid you won't be able to get any of those spiritual herbs that can increase martial arts talent. Don't you regret it? Hearing Yuan Weiqing mention the spiritual herbs that can increase martial arts talent, LV Hushan was stunned for a moment, but then he waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that if I stay at the back, my contribution won't be much. I can get less of those spiritual herbs. If there's only one portion of spiritual herbs that can increase martial arts talent, I definitely won't fight with you. You should be relieved now, right? Hearing LV Hushan's answer, Yuan Weiqing was even more puzzled. LV Hushan, it's not just those spiritual herbs that can increase martial arts talent. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the higher level of martial arts. LV Hushan waved his hand. Yuan Weiqing, it's better not to say it. I've already said that no matter what, I won't fight with you. As he said this, LV Hushan sneered in his heart. He was very clear that although Yuan Weiqing was speaking very well now, when the battle was over, no one could guarantee that Yuan Weiqing would still be there. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so powerful. With only 20 to 30% of Yuan Weiqing's martial arts left, Yi Tianhua could easily kill him with one hand. Yuan Weiqing frowned. He was even more puzzled in his heart. Could it be that there was really something more important than those spiritual herbs and martial arts? After thinking about it, Yuan Weiqing couldn't think of anything more important than those spiritual herbs and martial arts. However, his heart was still tense. It was as if there was something that he hadn't thought of. What was it? If there were no accidents, after this battle, because LV Hushan was standing at the back, he could only get a very small amount of spirit herbs. Although it would be of some help to his martial arts, if he wanted to rely on this small amount of spirit herbs to cultivate to the upper level of martial arts, it was absolutely impossible. There was also the spiritual herbs that could increase martial arts talent and the higher level of martial arts. LV Hushan couldn't get any of these. Could it be that LV Hushan really didn't want to cultivate the higher level of martial arts and become the second one-armed saber king in South County? Yuan Weiqing really couldn't understand. As a martial artist, how could he be so unambitious? Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing sneered in his heart. Since LV Hushan didn't have any ambition, then he didn't have to be polite. As long as he succeeded in this battle, he could cultivate martial arts smoothly. At that time, even if LV Hushan was envious, it would be useless. Because in this battle, LV Hushan didn't do much, so naturally, he didn't contribute much. At the very beginning, because of the sneak attack on Yi Tianhua, although he lost an arm, he also contributed a lot. In addition, he was in front of Yi Tianhua. In terms of contribution, LV Hushan was much worse than him. However, the only thing he was worried about was Yi Tianhua's martial arts. Whether he could block Yi Tianhua or not was still uncertain. If he had LV Hushan's help, he still had a high chance of winning. However, without LV Hushan, he was afraid that he really couldn't block Yi Tianhua's attack. If he couldn't block Yi Tianhua's attack, Yuan Weiqing naturally knew what would happen. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but shudder. As his body trembled, Yuan Weiqing suddenly thought of something. If he was really killed by Yi Tianhua, what should he do? At that time, even if he caught Yi Tianhua, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get anything, let alone cultivate any martial art. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly understood what LV Hushan was planning. If he were to fight with Yi Tianhua again and was killed by Yi Tianhua, then he would naturally not be able to share the elixirs with him. At that time, those precious elixirs and the high-level martial arts, especially the elixirs that could change one's martial arts talent, would all belong to LV Hushan. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing only felt his heart beating violently. He completely understood why LV Hushan didn't want to share the spiritual herbs with him and wanted to hide at the back. This was because LV Hushan's real goal was to wait until he was killed by Yi Tianhua so that all the spiritual herbs would belong to him. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. He felt that it was a close call. If he hadn't thought of this in time, wouldn't he have fallen into LV Hushan's trap? At that time, he would be foolishly standing in front of Yi Tianhua. When he was killed by Yi Tianhua, LV Hushan would be secretly laughing at the side. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing was so angry that he was about to fly into a rage. However, he held it in because he knew that there was no point in being angry. This was because this choice wasn't forced by LV Hushan. It was his own choice. Although he made this choice because LV Hushan was scheming against him, Yuan Weiqing was also very clear that if he didn't want to get more spiritual herbs, he naturally wouldn't have fallen into this trap. Thinking of this, Yuan Weiqing raised his head and looked at LV Hushan. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, "LV Hushan, among us, your martial arts are the weakest. Therefore, the person who should cultivate martial arts the most should be you." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for LV Hushan to answer him and continued speaking. "LV Hushan, so I've decided to give this good opportunity to you. Are you happy? When the time comes, LV Hushan, you will be in front of me. Who knows, maybe in the end, your contribution will be greater than mine. Maybe when it's time to split the spiritual herbs, you will get more than me. How about it? Are you satisfied?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan frowned and hurriedly waved his hand. "Yuan Weiqing, how can you do this? These are your contributions. How can I snatch them from you? So forget it. You stay in front. I only want a little spiritual herbs." Yuan Weiqing waved his hand. "How can this be? Your martial arts are the weakest. Think about it. When everyone was in trouble in the past, everyone protected you. Don't you want to improve your martial arts so that you can repay us when we are in trouble?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan hurriedly waved his hand. "Yuan Weiqing, you are wrong. In the past, my martial arts were the weakest. But now, it is different." At this point, LV Hushan's tone paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer his words, he continued. "Yuan Weiqing, your arm is broken. You only have 20 to 30% of your martial arts left. Even if your arm is healed, the remaining martial arts will definitely not be much. In this way, the person with the lowest martial arts among us should be you. So I think that you are the one who should practice martial arts the most. Otherwise, you will be a cripple for the rest of your life. Are you willing to do that?" After hearing these words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. "LV Hushan, I understand what you mean. You don't have to worry about me. Don't forget, even if I don't practice martial arts, I still have 1 million gold coins. LV Hushan, if I have 1 million gold coins, can't I enjoy life? It's mainly because your martial arts are too low, and you don't have 1 million gold coins to enjoy life, so you have to improve your martial arts. Otherwise, in the future, you will owe more favors, and you will need more people to protect you. Then, your job as a protector will be meaningless. LV Hushan, listen to me. Work hard to improve your strength. This is the best way. And now is your best chance. You must seize it." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan had already guessed that Yuan Weiqing might have already seen through his thoughts. However, even if Yuan Weiqing saw through his thoughts, LV Hushan was not worried at all. Since Yuan Weiqing had already agreed to stand in front of him, as long as he did not replace him, in the end, even if Yuan Weiqing was unwilling, he could only stand in front of him. Thinking of this, LV Hushan smiled faintly. "Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to be polite. Although my martial arts are not high, my position as a protector was also obtained through my martial arts. It was not obtained through everyone's help. Although my martial arts cannot be compared to the one-armed saber king, if I use it to deal with ordinary people, I believe it will not be a problem. Moreover, now that I am old, it is a bit late to want to practice martial arts. So I have also accepted my fate. I have decided to practice martial arts when I have the chance. If I don't have the chance, I have no complaints. Yuan Weiqing, I'm here to bless you. I hope that your martial arts training will go smoothly after this battle is over, and that you'll become a character like the one-armed saber king one day. Don't let us, the people who are helping you, down." After hearing LV Hushan's words, Yuan Weiqing was somewhat annoyed. "LV Hushan, how can you be like this? Do you think that I alone can block Yi Tianhua's attack?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, LV Hushan nodded. "Yuan Weiqing, you can rest assured that there will be no problem. Because Yi Tianhua feels guilty towards you, he will definitely not attack you heavily. When the time comes, as long as you block 1 or 2 of his attacks, with the strength of the 3 of us, we will definitely be able to take down Yi Tianhua as soon as possible. You will be safe." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.